Black Alpha Network. Power to the people.
All right. Are you there, my brother? Can you hear me?
Broadcasting live, family. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Another day, another dollar, family. We're going to let a couple people file in and, it's showtime.
Indeed.
Yes, sir, family. Hey, since it's new Black Media, family, I got to shoot you out, man, because your show last night was amazing, brother.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. It was one of them things where we had to, I seen how the day was going, so I figured I would be the opening act for the grand finale. And as y'all see how yesterday turned out.
Hey, I noticed that, family. Hey, as soon as I pulled up, man, I had seen, as soon as I got on, brother, I seen the way, the night was unfolding, family. And I was like, yeah, Zilla set that one off, man. You set that one off perfect, brother.
Well, he literally posted yesterday about, having to take out the trash. And I was like, I 100% completely agree. And fam, it's one of them things to where you don't want to address a train wreck, because it's like, well, hey, maybe people will figure it out. But at the end of the day, you got to have a track record in this thing. And people who've been speaking have track records. There's a lot of people who are calling folks out who just showed up and hopped off the porch in 2022. So with that being said, in the new Black Media, you could find history on all of the content creators. And so I'll just leave that right there, brother.
Yes, indeed. The reason why we wanted to put this space together, not necessarily, just to address everything that's going on, but, a lot of things have been said about the new Black Media. I never thought I'd ever see a time where the new Black Media was seen as something, bad, or shall I say people were saying things negative about the new Black Media, because we understand how important the new Black Media is. And I'm talking about everybody. And I want to shout out, the big three, brother Tariq Nasheed. I want to shout out Jason Black. I want to shout out Professor Black. Those gentlemen have been carrying the mantle, and everybody else who's in the second and third tier of the movement. I mean, much love and respect for the new Black Media. Humbly, I say that because I understand that the work is strong. I understand the movement is strong. Their time, the resources, the energy, the efforts, having to dodge censorship because we're speaking the truth. People in the new Black Media get censored heavily for speaking the truth. Where if you look, at the dominant society, they're on all these platforms saying the most terrible things, and they get green lights all the way through. So just the censorship aspect, the research, having to be precise, having to say things that are real, and then to hear, the new Black Media being slandered, by individuals who really have no mantle to stand on, that's not respectful, that's not warranted, and that's wrong. That's period, point blank wrong. So as the new Black Media has been, getting spoke of, the last, 24 hours, 48 hours, I feel it's time, for some of the other voices of the new Black Media to just represent, to celebrate. I want to hear tonight, as we speak, or shall I say today, this evening, I want to hear everybody, how you came about finding the new Black Media, or who are some of the people that you turn to. And I feel like the new Black Media, to be honest with you, is everybody. I don't just necessarily think it's people with YouTube channels or whatever channels you have. I think all of us, because that timeline, my timeline, I know is lit. That's why I make sure I follow, or, I keep an eye on everybody's information, because these are the things that get us going. Nobody's bigger than the movement. Nobody's bigger than the family tree. And every now and then, certain people and certain individuals and groups start thinking that they're bigger than the whole movement, but they're not. And, these type of spaces right here, just to go ahead and regulate that and let everybody know that the new Black Media is very powerful, because it is the people, and we stand next to the people, and we don't ever try to place ourselves above the people, despite what other people may try to do. You feel where I'm coming from, my family?
Brother, yes, I do. My my musical production partner, Tony Ozier, something he said back in, I think this was, we had an event in 2010. And he told the people, he was like, yo, you never realize you're part of a movement until that movement starts making noise. And that was true with that. And then it's also true with this. And what's so crazy about it is, being part of like organizing in my career of doing things, I've never, ever had a situation to where I looked at a turnout and said, oh, this is somebody else's fault. Like in organizing, you have one bad show and you regroup and you make the next one better. Like when me and Dewan B was up here talking about music, what did I say about how I ended up honing my craft? I got embarrassed. And I was like, I'm never going to feel that way again. So I went to the woodshed to make my skills that much tighter. And now I'm going to run the yard. That's how you're supposed to be inspired by if you consider whatever you're doing to be a failure, and evaluate the pros and cons of that. And then look at how you could reevaluate that. Like last night, even still being pissed off, I still gave game on how to organize successfully. And I mean, that's what we're now. When people say, well, we don't want the back and forth, I'm not going to give you a back and forth, but I'm going to give you some game on how you might want to go ahead and kind of conduct yourself out of places. Can't really. Yeah, right now, one of them lines, you bring a snitch, you a snitch. How is that fitting this situation right now? Seems like a glove to me. Go ahead, brother.
Absolutely, 100%. You know, one thing I noticed as well, and my brother Afro Elite pointed this out yesterday, is that there's no feuding and fighting amongst the new black media. You know, you want to talk about being solid and being on the same page. We have, between me, you, Afro Elite, Torian Reigns, Kid Gravity, we have personal conversations offline, not on the internet, like real personal conversations, so we can really, work on honing our craft, as you were just mentioning, Brother Zilla, so we can put out the best content for the people, because it's about the people at the end of the day. There's a million things that we could all be doing. This is our avenue. This is our lane. And, the people respect us because we respect them. So we show that same love. And how many times do we, have our personal conversations for hours? I've talked to you and Afro for hours on the phone, and we'll, shift our schedules around and make sure we don't clash. We do each other solids. We do each other fair. Both y'all done did me solids before, personally. You know what I'm saying? Personally. Same thing that Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black do. They schedule it out because they're doing it for the people. If somebody wanted acknowledgement and somebody was out here saying, well, give me some type of credit or give me some type of appraisal for what I've done, those gentlemen could just clash all damn day long. But they don't do that because they're not in it for the acknowledgement. And I tell people all the time, if you in it for the acknowledgement, man, you want some brownie points, you need to go to the goddamn bakery. Okay, go get you some cookies and some goddamn sprinkles or whatever you want. This is not a game of acknowledgement. This is the game of work. This is people out here really doing the real, genuine work, no matter what lane you do. This, movement, this foundational Black American movement, our family tree, it doesn't say sponsored by. Okay, we don't sit here and go protest and say it's sponsored by this. And how you gonna want, some type of credit for protest when black folks been protesting for damn 400 years? Okay, they was protesting on the damn plantation. So there's nothing new here. There's nothing new under the sun. You feel me? So when we out here and we're putting out, new black media content, or the brothers and sisters who are out here putting in work on the ground, or vice versa, we understand that this does not come with some type of banner. This doesn't come, I'm bigger than the group. This doesn't come with, I'm, more thorough than everybody else. I'm more gangster than you. That's not what it's about. Because once you start to deviate and you start to get into that type of lane, then you're basically saying, fuck the movement. It's about me. And it's not about that. The movement is always going to be here. Individuals will come and go, and people got to understand that. I got my two co-hosts and my brothers, Afro Elite. You already know, family.
Thank you, Black Alpha, for hosting this, and thank you, Beatzilla. I appreciate my brothers, and I appreciate everybody in this space, and I appreciate all that you guys do. I really do. To piggyback off of what you said, Black Alpha, real quick, that's what happens when you're truly on code, when you're truly in sync. You have each other, you reach out to each other personally if there is an issue or if there needs to be a conversation. Too often things boil over because there's unnecessary tension, because things aren't settled the way things should be settled by grown men. As grown men, especially, grown men and women, if you're on code, it's nothing to just call somebody or to hit somebody up in the DMs, be all like, hey, there must have been a misunderstanding or whatever the case is. That's what happens when you're truly on code, when you're not about it for yourself. Like I was saying in Beatzilla's broadcast yesterday, if we were about this for ourselves, we're very talented, we're very charismatic brothers, we understand the craft of media and things like that. Consciousness, despite what some people may think, is not very popular in the mainstream. consciousness, black and this type of consciousness, not that white liberal woke conscious BS that um alphabet community consciousness. We're talking about real black grassroots consciousness goes completely against the grain in the modern media society. So we know we're going against the grain, yet we still go for that. If we wanted popularity, if we wanted clout or attention or anything like that, we could have been talking about a million different things. Those things would get more traction and more recognition. It would catch on to the algorithm much faster if we did that stuff. But instead, we're making sacrifices so we can advance the culture and advance the community. That's what we're doing because we know we're going against the grain. It's not about the people. It's not about it's not no, I'm sorry. It's not about I didn't say it's not about the people. That's not what I meant. It's not about ourselves. I apologize for that. It's not about ourselves. It's not about our clout or how much people like us or whatever the case is. See, that's what happens when you're really on code. How you know these people are not on code is because there's too much conflict. There's too much conflict where there doesn't need to be any. All of them have each other's personal numbers, yet they take every single beef out in public, every single beef out in a Twitter space. That's like you and your wife, instead of having a conversation in the home, you wait till you're out in dinner or out in the public and you wait to have an argument out where everybody can see you. You wait till you're at the family function where you guys can argue. You know, that's not what you do when you're in sync with somebody. You handle your business on the back end. But the thing is that these people are not in sync with each other. These people don't even really like each other. How many people have we seen that's been ostracized from that group? They were in that group one day calling each other brothers and sisters and saying that they are family. And then the next day they're throwing somebody under the bus. They have a cutthroat mentality. They will stab someone in the back fast. I've never seen more of a crabs in a bucket mentality among people who are supposed to be so quote unquote conscious in my entire life. I've seen them betray more people that they've considered their quote family than I've seen anybody do that. Yvette Carnell wasn't betraying her ADOS family faster than Secure the Tribe was I guess, securing their tribe and betraying their family. That shows that it's not about securing the tribe. That shows that it's not about integrity or being on code. All of them wants to be the person at the top of the pyramid. All of them do. And they all know that they do. That's why they all have little clips and things and dirt on each other. And they're waiting for each other to get caught lacking, and then they drop the bomb on them. They've done that time and time and time again. You wouldn't do that to somebody you considered your brother or your sister. You would only do that to somebody you consider your competition. These people are not on code because they're all in competition with each other. With that being said, I'll land there. I'm going to let somebody else speak.
I have to agree with that, my brother, completely. And again, hope that everybody understands. With my brother Afro, this brother has been made a target. And of course, if we all rock as new black media, I don't understand why anybody would expect the same group that you're dissing because of my brother Afro to now all of a sudden start jumping in your car and start rocking like that. I just don't understand that type of logic. But with that being said, we'll get to the first hand unless my brother Black Alpha want to chime in.
No, I agree everything you brother said, man. Let's get this rolling. Straight to the hands. I want to hear from the people.
All right. The one. Go ahead, brother. You can unmute yourself.
What's happening, brother? The one LVZ. Anyway, man, I've been on the last couple of spaces because I've been a silent observer of the whole thing since you guys have been organizing and getting things together, and I saw the little separation. And I tried to, as a silent observer, as an older statesman, I tried to sit back and look, because I said it in another space earlier. A lot of you guys, a lot of the youngers is old enough to be my kids. So I just let them, do their thing and blow off a little steam. I notice little things when we come on Tariq and we be talking about reparations. People would come and take digs at Afro Elite and take shots. And I was like, whoa, we talking about reparations. What they taking shots and digging at each other for? So that was the first thing I noticed. But through this last thing, this really been getting me. The issue is this with me. They're mad because they didn't get what they would perceive to be proper coverage from the new black media. Yet they were so short-sighted as to look at the new black media as only being Jason Black, Professor Black Truth, and Tariq Nasheed. No disrespect to those brothers, but they can't be everywhere. Afro Elite has a YouTube channel. He was doing collaborations with my brother Torian Rain. That's another YouTube channel you could have went on to push your message if you wasn't shitting on Afro Elite half the damn time. So you closed that door to yourself. Then Queen Amidala. I know I've actually been on a panel with her on Lisa Cabrera's channel. Lisa Cabrera has about 80,000 YouTube subs. I get on there, most people who knew my old YouTube channel from 7 years ago that ended up shadow banned and taken off YouTube, they reconnected with me off of there. She gets at least 20,000 views. You could have went to her, sent her an email. But because you don't respect all of new black media, you get off code and shit on everybody. And really, you only have a problem with one person because you don't feel validated because Tariq didn't acknowledge you. Young fellas, let me tell y'all this. Listen to the sound of my voice. I'm from Washington, D.C. I'm 45. I done got fired from every job for being pro-black since 18, even the fucking military. So listen, sometimes what you do ain't gonna get covered. Just put in the work. When they was calling everybody thugs in Baltimore, when that shit happened with Freddie Gray, when Barack Obama they're a bunch of thugs. I ain't sitting mad throwing shit at my TV. I put gas in the car, called my cousin, say, Brody, we gotta go up to Baltimore, man. I'm tired of these motherfuckers calling us thugs. I gotta get on TV and then break it down. I found the first news camera that was trying to talk to a cross-eyed lady who was very inarticulate. I love that sister, but they was on her front porch trying to interview her about Freddie Gray, and I stepped in and said, nah, brother, talk to me. And after I talked and explained to him, hey, look, man, you ain't never heard a white dude who shoot up a school called a thug. Now, I ain't get back and come back and why ain't nobody covering me? I'm so sad no one covered, because I didn't do that for that. I did that because I wanted it to come on. I wanted somebody, at least one person, even if it was a 15-minute soundbite or a 15-second soundbite, which it ended up being. I didn't do it so everybody can call me and say, hey, I saw you on TV. I did it so they stop calling us thugs, so the narrative can be changed, so we can actually get out some real shit in the atmosphere. So while Tariq and them was in Atlanta doing it on the mainstream, y'all was doing it from the quote-unquote grassroots. How come you got to shit on what that man doing because he didn't validate what you doing? Just because your little soft ass don't know how to validate yourself, that's not everybody else's problem. I land my plane with that. Much love, y'all.
Shout out to you, my brother, and thank you for that. And I actually remember that, but the whole Freddie Gray, I didn't realize that was you, bro. So again, shout out to you, because I remember how the whole camera even had the pan just to catch you, brother. And you always know it is classic when a brother like this gets up there and gets the camera, and then you see the reporter like, and then they have to pan it back to the studio after that, and they don't really know how to react. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. You want to chime in on that, Alpha?
Yeah, hey, definitely. I think I remember that as well, man. I do remember that because they was trying to get everybody they could find that wasn't really speaking any truth, and the brother came through with some real truth. That's why we say this new black media or this family tree, it's all of us together. It's a collective. So we got to be very conscious of people who try to be above the collective. Nobody's above the group. Nobody is. Nobody can raise above their people. I don't care who you are. You feel me? When people start feeling themselves a little bit, you know, it's sad how a Twitter space got you think you bigger than the foundational Black American family tree. Damn, let money. I mean, do something. A Twitter space. We talking about a Twitter space. What Allen Iverson say? We talking about practice. We talking about Twitter. We talking about Twitter. Not the movement. We talking about Twitter. The Twitter space got you thinking. Once again, we talking about Twitter, not the real movement. A damn Twitter space got you feeling that you bigger than all the work we put in, all the blood, sweat, and tears. You know, everybody out here struggling, everybody on it. I'm gonna tell you right now, when that church shooting had happened in South Carolina, I was on my way to South Carolina, okay? Because I was on my way up there, and it was my brother Tariq Nasheed who had did a show on it, and we sat down that morning with me, my brother, my mother, my niece, and we all sat there and we listened to Tariq. And Tariq was informing us because the news, the real news media, wasn't talking that shit. They weren't giving us the real facts of what was happening. They was running that camp. We all come together. And Tariq was reporting it and breaking it down. And I always appreciate that, brother, for that and many other things. So this is real, man. We lean on each other. We listen to each other. We hear each other out. You know, this is a movement where we're all together as one. So each one teach one. So we got to stay strong together. So when people start letting Twitter spaces, you know, fuel them up like goddamn a gas station, that's a problem. And we got to let motherfuckers know, you get a little too hot, man, we're going to have to water on you. You're going to have to cool down a bit, okay? Because this movement is too serious. This movement is too strong to be playing these games. So I salute everybody out here who is genuinely about the movement, genuinely about this family, because that's what we are. We are a family tree. Okay, I don't give a damn what branch you are in. I don't care what region you're from, what language, what accent you have. If you are foundational Black American, we are a family. And anybody who allows a Twitter space to make them think that they are bigger than the family, then we're going to have to get some of that cold water and cool their ass down. Back to the hands. I think our brother Eric Johnson was in here first, and then Roy Rich, and then my brother Sage.
All right, thank you, brother Black Alpha. I just wanted to come on here and say that this is what happens when you let people like Secure the Tribe and other clowns on these Twitter spaces eat table food before they can, you know, actually consume a whole good meal. See, this all happened when Tariq entered their Twitter space and they just got their head blew up bigger than a Nigerian's forehead. And these people that's been trying to get caught off this brother and other people ever since, because they really messed me up when they start going at the brother Jason Black. Like, he already tased y'all with a $50,000 volt battery taser. And it just goes to show you that people like this are all in it for the clout. They ain't in it for the lineage. And they ain't in it for us finally getting reparations. If you have a 53-year-old ashy kneecap twerking grandmother out here saying that she wants to have the Confederate flag of us in our lineage and part of our history as Black people, and that is a definitely red flag. That is more than a 15-yard penalty. And if you have a Negro with no teeth in his mouth talking about he's going to pull up on you and do things to people that have V1 friends and family members, it just goes to show you that he's not doing anything in his life, let alone have a job at your local McDonald's. So I'm going to just go to land my plane and just say salute to Brother Tariq for getting rid of this hooker from the Street song, Rick James album cover, out of the Spectrum.
Did he say street songs? The ghetto. Get your life. Oh my goodness.
That's Ebony I right there with
Smokey Robinson.
Rick James and Smokey Robinson. Yep. She was one of those chicks off the Ebony Eyes music video back in the 80s. So, you know, you had to watch out for her. And I can't take a grandmother that serious who have throw up hot pink bubblegum hooker boots on. So, you know, your dress sense is very suspect, my lady. And for you to go on here and talk about people's kids and you're out here actually trying to do something, but you're trying to go at Tariq and the big dogs in a negative manner, it just goes to show you that you don't got your weight up. So everybody has a job out here to do when it comes to us finally getting our reparations. This just like me being at my job. I'm at my job the first day and I can be a building manager. No, it takes time and it takes experience to get to a place such as Tariq or any other people out here who's doing it in a major platform. It's like that legally and illegally. You just can't be in the mafia be an associate and expect to be the done of one of the 5 families. Low, no, man, you got to put in work. So a lot of these niggas out here just getting spoon fed by one of these ghetto ratchet Bay Yang wig wearing ass bitches, but they don't truly understand what it means to actually put in work. I'm going to land my plane because it's really subpar and really laughable to keep roasting these bastards.
Hey, can I get 1 second for everybody in the room to give that round of applause to my brother Afro Elite for that little chronicle video he made about those members? I think Tariq retweeted it. Afro family, when I seen it, I was drinking, and you made me spit my drink all over my goddamn couch, man. My damn pit bull and shit got wet, family. That was funny as hell, brother. I don't know what you was on when you came up with that shit, but I done watched that about 30 different times in a row, back to back, on repeat, brother. Can you tell us about it, family? I mean, can you break it down, family? You the author of that, brother. Let me know something.
Brother, I don't know. I don't know what I was on. It's just like my petty bone just got activated that night. I was all like, you know what? Now is the best time. There will be no better time than to do it right now at this moment. And I thought about it for a long time, and then I decided to do it. It took a little bit of time for me to get the pictures and everything, but I thought this was going to be well worth it. They wanted clout and recognition, and they said nobody paid attention to them. So I did something so much better than what they deserved. I gave them their own mini documentary. They wanted media recognition, so I went above and beyond to give each and every single one of them their own documentary from start to finish. I don't know. I was just feeling super petty that night. I guess I shouldn't be up drinking coffee or whatever the case is. I just felt I had some energy. And I felt sympathy for them. I felt they never got the attention that they deserved, so I decided to give it to them.
That was just the acknowledgement that they wanted, man. You want acknowledgement, you got it. Don't be upset when you get it, though. Don't be upset. Hey, I also see, before we get to the hands, I see our brother News Toter in here, and I see Nicey, I see Kid Gravity, or anybody else who has a new black media platform. Please come on up, because we're going to shed some of that negative vibe that people was trying to throw on us, and I want, us to really celebrate it, because as I always say right here on the Black Alpha Network, it's going to be a struggle. We're going to go through it, but we're going to have some fun, too. We're going to have some fun, too. We definitely going to rock, and we're going to make sure that throughout this movement and everything that we got to go through to get, our reparations, to get our justice, to get everything that we want, we're not going to sit down and walk with our head to the ground. We're going to walk with our head to the sky, and we're going to celebrate and pop our own. Sometimes you got to pop your own collar. That's just what you got to do. We got to pop our own collar from time to time. And I'm talking about the whole FBA. I'm talking about all of us. So anytime there's some negativity or any, BS or nonsense going on, let's stop the car, pop our collar, celebrate ourselves. And I would love to hear from my other brothers and sisters in the new black media, because that's what it is. It's the brothers and sisters, the kings and queens, the goddess and gods, and we stand together, not stand away from each other. I think Roy Rich was next, and definitely our brother Sage.
Jesus Christ. Peace and greetings to the room. I just wanted to say, man, continue with what we're doing, fighting the battle we supposed to fight, because it was once said, what happened to them old niggas, this is what happened. Inter-family fighting. And somebody just said it. What happened to going in the back and talking it over in the back? We grown, supposed to be grown. Why we out here putting our dirty laundry out? Why we out, if you got a problem with anybody, you go in the back and handle it. Or like my grandma say, you go get the spoon crackers. And what she would say is, I bring my old wooden spoon, and anybody get out of hand, I'm hitting knuckles. Hitting you upside the head. You telling me about a code, but then the code don't mean nothing when your feelings get hurt. You're telling me about a code, but the code don't mean nothing when you feel disrespected. And you can't say, wait a minute, or somebody stand up and say, hey, wait a minute, we're not going to do that. Because everything we do on here, they recording it and they going to use against us. And if we ain't united as one, then we ain't united at all. Might as well stop talking. Cut the bullshit out. Somebody need to be knuckle crackers. And that means everybody. You see somebody out of code, a brother or sister, we say, hey. I know you're upset right now, but wait a minute, let's go handle this over here. Let's go talk over here. You're a little upset because we all get into our emotions, start opening our mouths, and all kind of shit fly out that we regret later. We didn't mean it then, but we was mad. Oh, I was mad. I thought it was fuck your feelings. That's how I'm living. But if I got something to say to somebody, I'm going to pull you over to the side. And that's all I wanted to say. Keep up the fight. Keep pushing. We're going to get what we need, and we're going to push all this other bullshit out of here. Peace and blessings. I'll land my plane.
Absolutely, brother. And I I totally agree with that. You know, this is like this like I said last night, this right here is not a back and forth. This is a line in the sand. So with us, like we have definitely sat quiet, because it's not just Tariq that got all the slick dissing and all the backbiting. And for me, a lot of my content was being taken. But as long as it was really being used for the betterment of the people, I wasn't tripping. But you can't turn around and then start saying, where am I at, when you stole my shit? So, you know, we just got to keep it 1,000 on that. So yeah, this is just, you know, hey man, we just got to kind of make our our place felt, and we just going on from here, man. We've been doing it. We're going to keep doing it. Just like 2020 had brought a lot of new armchair activists out. All of them are already gone. We still here. You know, and truth be told, New Black Media is the reason for the George Floyd situation even popping off the way it did. So if these cats are so new to this that they ain't even aware of that, you know, you just kind of write that off, you know, and kind of maybe give them the side eye of why they even speaking. With that being said, Brother Sage, go ahead, brother.
Peace to the family. That got me good.
Yes, sir.
All right. I want you to I know Brother Afro was up there. First of all, I hate when y'all do this. I need to do this. Listen, everyone in this room, please subscribe to these three brothers' YouTube page. I know we got my brother Torian Rain. I see you down there. We have Kid Gravity. Subscribe to all of their pages. Let me introduce myself again, because I think people get this messed up. And Afro, you were there, so if I say anything incorrect, please come off your mic and correct me. I'm the man that held this space. Marcel got in contact with me a couple of months ago, and Brother Marcel, you come up here, correct me too. He got in contact with me because he was getting trolled by a tether that's from New York, and he knows that I live up here in New York. So I held the space to get some type of understanding with that specific tether on something that he said that was wrong. Okay. Within that space, we had the presence of Jason Black along with Tariq Nasheed. And I don't think that has been done again since. That space itself, before it was taken off of YouTube, grossed about 40,000 views from everyone. I never felt like I was above the fray. I never felt like I was special. I always felt like that was the family. We cannot put, because we held a specific, thing, we can't make that seem like we're above the fray. All of our talking points, all of our, especially if you use the word tether, these things come from the New Black Media. But again, I don't want to put all of them, here's my thing. You can't get mad at them for not retweeting you. This is Twitter. There's real work that these brothers are doing daily. Shit, if it was up to me, I would be on Afro's program on YouTube every day. But I know the brother has work to do. I will be on Beatzilla, Black Alpha every day, but I know they have work to do. I would, bother Marcel every 5 minutes, but I know they have work to do. We all have a part to play. And I believe that everyone is needed in this action, but we can't be messy. And what I would say is that, again, like the brother said earlier, you could have, I guess, you could have reached out to other members of the media. You could have reached out to Brother Torian Rain. You could have reached out to Beatzilla. You could have reached out to Afro. You could have reached out to, Black Alpha. You could have reached out to Kid Gravity. You could have reached out to a lot of these young dudes that's doing the work, that just to get the message out there. You don't have to straight go to the Jasons and the Tariq. You don't have to go that route. Okay, again, when I held my space, I want y'all to know, I had no idea Jason was going to come and Tariq was going to come. They didn't even know they were going to come to the shit. If you watch the space again, which is on D-Tubman's channel, Tariq didn't know Jason was in there. Okay, so again, it was something that was organic. It was something that needed to happen because we as a collective unit got on code and went against one tether. And that's how powerful we are. We're powerful as hell together. So again, we can't let little petty things get, our minds clouded, and we can't follow, I would say, false prophets. Most of the reparations talk that we speak today comes from Dr. Claude Anderson. Okay, how can you shit? Because I look at the Jason Blacks, the Tariq Nasheeds, all of them as direct students of Dr. Claude Anderson, especially when it comes to reparations. And I look at Brother Alpha, Brother Elite, Brother Beatzilla, Taurine Rain, definitely, as students of Professor Black Truth, Tariq, Jason. They're students of them. And then soon we will have you guys, students, following in your paths. But again, everything is needed. I'm not going to take this as a time to, bash, you know what I mean? But what I would say is be careful to follow false prophets and stay focused on the people that's on the fence. You need to stay focused. And that's all I'm going to add. I think I was very politically correct. Okay. Again, if I said anything incorrect, please, Brother Afro, you was on stage. I made sure I brought you up that day because I know you always have good game to bring. Marcel, you was there from the beginning. Please come up here and correct me if I said anything incorrect that happened that day. And with that, I land.
I remember when you came into our space, shouting you out about you and Melrose pulling up on that dude. See,
and can I talk about? I'm so sorry, brother, to cut you off.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm not.
No. I wanted because I'm just chiming in on that. I remember shouting you out like right as soon as we got in this space, like yo, and I see Sage in the room, man. Shout out to you, brother. And as soon as you got on stage, first thing out my mouth to you, shout out, salute to you, brother.
I got one better for you, Beats. I got one better for you, and y'all might not think I've seen this. You, brother Alpha. Taurine Rain, and I think Kid Gravity, you guys did like a 4-way YouTube about specifically that space. You guys probably didn't think I seen it. Well, y'all don't think I'm watching. That was just love. And I think I DM'd Afro about that. Like, shout out to you, But again, it wasn't about me. That was about us. That was about an issue that needs to be addressed. And my brother's in South Carolina, Marcel, he can't address that. So I had to address it for him. You understand? So again, yes, not only did we pull up on dude, we had to pull up at, at Pace University. I pulled up at Pace, met with the president. And then again, it wasn't just me. It was a lot of people making phone calls. Everyone played a part.
My bad. My phone is tripping, brother. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Not a problem, brother. Not a problem. Pace came out with a statement separating themselves from him. So again, that was mission accomplished. Even the next day after, Jason held the space, and I was live on his space while at Pace, speaking to the people. So again, the work needs to be done. Yes, but I'm not looking for validation. I'm not really looking, for, someone, to pat me on the head. I just did it because, again, my brother from South Carolina, called me, and my family's from South Carolina. So my brother called me and said he needed that to be done. So I said, no problem, I got you. And that's what I did. So again, everything, I believe you'll get your props in the long run, but it won't happen overnight. You understand? Brother Taurian just reached 50,000, subscribers. That doesn't happen overnight. It will happen over time. You know what I'm saying? So again, we need to be, careful and wary of the things that we say and do, because again, everything is needed. Everyone's energy, everyone's presence is needed. And with that, I land. Go ahead, Brother Beats.
No, brother, and with that, you've heard me literally say that. Like, you've literally heard me say that very same thing. Because I'm like, hey, y'all might not all get along, And that's just me kind of telling everybody, hey, be adults and carry yourself like men. You know what I'm saying? If you don't get along with this group, cool. Stay with the work and do the work. Other people will recognize you. I mean, there's other people in our fields that I'm sure respectively, we know we don't necessarily rock with, but you can say, if I needed a person for this particular job, there's only one person I could call. I don't have to rock with you, but I know you can get the job done. I mean, don't that make sense? You got it, Alpha.
Hey, shout out to you, Brother Sage. You know what? I spoke in that space that you had with Brother Marcel, Tariq, and Jason Black. I spoke in that space. And actually, in Afro, you know what I'm talking about. There was a moment in there where it had Jason Black and Tariq's logo. And then right underneath it, it was me and my brother Afro Elite. And I framed it. I screenshotted it and I sent it to my brother Afro Elite. I said, hey, man, you know, we right there with the big dudes, man, with our teachers. You know what I'm saying? We're right underneath them, man. We're on the right path, basically. It wasn't no, we're greater than anybody else. We stronger than nobody. It was just simply, hey, brother, you know, we're on the right path, man. It was a moment. It was a moment, man, you know, for this new black media. It was a moment so I could share with my brother Afro, and I screenshot it and I sent it to him like immediately that night, man. And it was special, you know what I'm saying? Because those are the people that we come up underneath. Those are the people that we got respect for. So it was something, you know what I'm saying, that I definitely wanted to share with my brother Afro Lee, because like you said, Brother Sage, we need everybody. Everybody moves collectively. Everybody moves as a unit. Everybody moves as one family tree. You know, we got our own family members sometimes we don't get along with. But I'm not going to go to my mama and be like, well, I did the dishes tonight. My brother didn't do it. I'm the one who swept the floor and want her to goddamn give me some special credit for doing some shit I was supposed to do. This is what you're supposed to do if you're part of the movement. And if you're part of the movement, you got to move with your brother and your sister. You feel what I'm saying, Brother Afro?
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. And the thing is that we're so in sync. They don't understand when you burn one bridge, you can simultaneously burn other bridges too. That's one thing you don't understand. I'm not going to be, I've had multiple guests and stuff like that on my YouTube channel or whatever, and you guys have too. Now, if I saw somebody, if they was all like, you know what, F Black Alpha, F Beatzilla, F Torian, F Kid Gravity, and then they hit me up like, hey, Afro, I think I would like to do a video with you. I'm like, no, I'm kind of cool on that. When you burn your bridge with somebody, now it'd be different if, for instance, it's just some petty little difference, but you going out of your way to disrespect somebody, and then you think you're going to get put on a pedestal by that person's associate, by that person's brother, by that person's friend. That's not going to happen. They've been going around burning bridges with several members of Black media, and then they complain that there's no Black media to prop them up. How are you gonna burn your bridge with me, burn your bridge with Beatzilla, burn your bridge with Kid Gravity, and then be all like, hey, Black Alpha, you know, I think can you give us a shout out? You're like, no. How's that gonna look? You just, I'm in not business, but I'm doing collabs with these dudes, and you've already went after these dudes, slandered these men, and you expect me to give you props on my platform? That's not gonna happen. I don't know what they thought was going to happen when they burned the bridge with Jason Black and Professor Black Truth. Now, Tariq was still cool with them to a degree after that, but trust me, Tariq made a space because he felt some type of way. Tariq made a space because he felt they were being disrespectful about that. And that put a stain on their name, whether they wanted to admit it at the time or not. And then more stuff kept popping up. They kept disrespecting and burning bridges. And they didn't realize that you burn one bridge, you can also burn another bridge, and they continue to burn all of the bridges. And then when they realize they don't have any bridges, now they're shit out of luck.
Brother Afro, can I sneak in here for 1 second? I'm gonna just say something that I probably shouldn't say in front of the family, but I'm gonna say anyway. From that space that I held, everyone, it was discussed that the next day that I will be going to Pace University, and I wanted to pay homeboy a little visit. So, with that being said, Jason Black, and I'm going to say this publicly, Jason Black contacted me privately and gave me his contact where I can reach out to him if I got arrested, if I needed to be bailed out, anything that I needed to do. He contacted me, hey, give this to your relatives. If they need to reach me, this is where I can be reached at. That's some real shit. As a real nigga, that's some real shit. That nigga he didn't know me from a can of paint. But listen, I know what you're doing. You're doing it for us. You do what the fuck you got to do. I got you on the back end. And that was real. That wasn't just some shit that, oh, we doing this, for the Twitter space. When he said that, that was real. And again, I knew he was real before that moment, but that shit just took it way over the top. So again, if you're going to do something, again, family, if you want to see, if that man is genuine or if he's real or not, again, I'm proof that he is. And with Alan.
Can I speak?
Yeah, the floor is yours, fam.
All right, so Black Alpha, I'm coming with the motherfucking smoke. News told her, you niggas don't shout me out. Ain't none of y'all ever put me on y'all platform, gave me no, yeah, all that. I'm with all the smoke today. Yeah. No, in all seriousness, man, shout out to my dog, Afro Elite, man. Solid brother. Man, listen, man, the way your composure, you remind me of a brother like, you remind me of an unbothered brother like Reza Islam. You know, when that fiasco was happening on that stage, do you see his composure and how he was sitting? That's the composure you show us, man. And so I just wanted to lift you up real quick. But you made a point that I said yesterday, and the point is that you can't go around burning a bunch of bridges and then expecting to be brought across the bridge. You know, if you're going to burn one or two bridges, let that light your path. But you can't burn the whole goddamn city down and then expect people to celebrate you, lift you up on high, and glorify your name. You went after Jason Black, Professor Black, Vicky Dillard, Sir Major, Tariq Nasheed. You, Afro Elite, you went after the most popular people. And not that they're popular because of the movement, but folks are popular in their own respective rights. Folks have done the work. Folks have their own brands. Y'all can't go on an app bullying people, doxing people, threatening people, harassing people, trolling people, issuing out these threats to cause bodily harm, wishing death threats upon people. Y'all the reason why we being labeled a hate group. And then all of a sudden, you want to sit back and say, well, why didn't y'all give us a shout out? I know you saw our work. You known about our work for two and a half months. Like, y'all can't assume if you never asked. So if you ain't sent a press release, this is business. Get out your fucking feelings. If you ain't sent a press release out to a particular media outlet, you can't expect them to even interview you. Y'all got the game fucked up. Black, there's these new age niggas, these popcorn niggas, these new age activists. Y'all got the game fucked up. The movement ain't gonna change or adapt to your speed because you say so. Last thing I'll say to all you niggas that's just now finding out what you found out on yesterday and what you're learning today, shame on you. I gave you niggas the game. I told you what was going to happen. I told you verbatim who was it going to be, who the problematic people were, that they were going to all fall out, that was going to be this big fiasco. I told you niggas so. And so to all you niggas that quit fucking with me, for them niggas, don't come over here. I don't want you lollygagging in my rooms. I don't want you trying to smooch your way up on stage. If you quit fucking with me because of Security Tribes, keep it that way. I don't do that fake love. And you niggas know who I'm talking to. Whether you got a blue check or not, you do all that fake shit, keep that fake shit over there. Don't come smooching around me. I'm done.
Hey, hold on. Hey, sir, I got a question for you, fam. Let me ask you this. Anywhere in life, and I'm this for everybody in the room, but I'm going to ask you because you're on the floor. Anywhere in life, if you warn somebody about somebody, and you tell somebody about somebody, and they don't take your advice, and then something bad happens to those people, and then they come back running to you, what's your response to that?
Told you so.
There you go.
If you knew better, you do better.
That part. Zilla and Afro, y'all want to respond to the same thing? Same question. In life, if you tell people, because I know Afro, you've been saying these things from the giddy up. You know what I'm saying? I see my brother Richard down here. And this go for everybody. In life, if you tell people, and this is what the activist movement is for everybody listening, for the activist movement, back in the 60s and 70s, it was the same thing. A lot of folks came around saying power to the people. A lot of folks came around wearing them, leather jackets and the afros like the Panthers. And Bobby Seale, Hugh Newton was warning folks, and they didn't listen. And then folks came in and they threw salt in the game and they messed the game up. Same thing goes back around when Black Lives Matter came around, when Darren Seals was saying those things down in Ferguson, and you've seen how that all turned out. So my question to you, Zilla and Afro, what happens when you tell somebody about these nefarious characters that come around and they don't listen and then they run back to you? Because remember, the same people that you step on the way up be the same people you might need on the way down, but then they're not listening no more. So how y'all feel about that?
Facts. Well, for me, as I say, it's always funny because, like I said, the first person I know to even have his own trucking crew of black truckers who own their own trucks, and that was back in the early 2000s, is Jason Black. And shoot, that's meeting the brother under his real name. So when I see stuff like this, when you burn a bridge with somebody who literally creates something, and then you're saying, hey man, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. For me, I can't rock with none of that. And when they come back, if you warn somebody and it's like, well, I would say the first thing, if you coming back, the first thing got to be in humility. Just on the open end of the side of the things to see how we could work and go forward. But on the personal side of the game, I understand how you move. Now, as far as the business goes, now it's going to be strictly business and we have to move forward that way. I still got your back and going to cover that end on the business end of things. But from the personal side, oh yeah, there's definitely going to be a long handle spoon on that for me. Because forgiveness does not mean reinstatement. That's why I stand with it. Brother Afro?
I love that response, by the way.
You guys give some pretty good responses. I was to say, the response, I told you so. I told you so. The thing is that we wanted the best for them. Nobody was hating them. It wasn't no spite. It wasn't no jealousy. We saw, okay, you guys have some momentum going. It's not like it was talent. Let's be real. It's not like they were super talented, but we saw they had the right energy. We saw they had some momentum, and we was like, okay, well, that's cool. Let's polish you up, and then you can become this next big thing. You can become really beneficial to the movement, not because we wanted to be like the masterminds behind everything. It's not because we were self-centered or self-absorbed, but the thing is that they felt too big for their britches, and we told them, we warned them about it, and eventually the pendulum will always swing back. Okay, the way you start is how you start is how you finish. So if you start stuff off, if you build your foundation and your group off the wrong way, backstabbing people, being toxic, lying, doxing people, harassing people, then eventually all of that energy will come back on you, and that's exactly what happened. They had people on their side in the beginning, and they decided to burn the bridge of everybody they pretty much came across, and this is the consequences of their actions. So I don't really feel that sorry for them. I will say too, I have been trying to warn multiple people about this for several months, and those warnings have been ignored because people like them or whatever the case is. And now those people, I've seen those people in spaces. These people have been in my DMs like, oh, I see it now. I kind of saw it a little bit in the beginning, but now after all of this, now I finally see it. Like, oh no, you're like at least 5 or 7 months too late now. Because I told you in the beginning, you knew me longer than you knew them, and yet you decided to go with them despite seeing what they did. We had Check in the other space. Yesterday, Rilla Perry's space, and he tried to come in on some, hey, big head, what's up? I just wanted to shoot the breeze with you guys. And I was like, no, dude, you're not going to come in on some, oh, I see the evil in their ways now, as if you were deceived, Check. I wasn't letting Check get that pass. Check was a part of the bullshit with him the whole time until they flipped on him. Now he's like, you know what? I see the the hypocrisy in these guys. I just couldn't be friends with them anymore. No, that's not what happened, Check. And that's not what's happening to a lot of people. I see a lot of people coming up in spaces, copping pleas now after ignoring months of warning that we've been given to people. So as Beatzilla said, now it's just going to be strictly business. Since that's the side you decided to die on, that's the hill you decided to die on, and you wanted to jump ship after the 11th hour, the ship is then there sunk to the bottom. Now you finally decided to get off the ship. It's okay. We're going to treat everybody accordingly from now on.
Can I, real quick, let me chime into something. I just want to give some clarity. For those who don't know, if when you see Secure the Tribe, just put a equal mark, FBA is closed, because FBA is closed is actually what came first, and then Secure the Tribe started doing the delineation thing after that. I was quiet about this thing for, I guess, almost a year now, because it's almost been a year, October 15th. That's when I said FBA was closed. Guess who all got on board? All of New Black Media. All of a sudden, here comes these cats out of nowhere talking about they securing delineation. Okay, cool. I see you where you got, I could clearly know where you got your information from, but, you know, roll with it. Cool, because it's getting momentum. That's the whole point. And then Tariq got ahead and got on down with it. Because again, here's the thought. Y'all doing something that's aiding this movement. Ain't nobody tripping. So yeah, you stole my shit. I clearly see this, but nonetheless, hey man, you got the ball, run with it. And what they do, they drop the damn ball, and now they turning around looking at the coaches. The coaching staff like, hey, why didn't y'all tell them give me the play? Because y'all was so busy audible, and you didn't give a damn what the coach was talking about. So now remember, it was F the coach, F the coaches. The linebacker coach don't know nothing. The coordinator don't know nothing. The head coach don't know nothing. Now all of a sudden, man, why ain't the head coach bailing me out? Well, it makes it a little hard when you conduct yourself like that. So for those who don't know, yeah, hello, I'm the originator of the whole concept of delineation of this whole new wave, because it started with that and then morphed into what you see with an arrow and a feather. So just giving some clarity.
I'm gonna say this as well, family. I seen somebody, word on the street, you know, through the grapevine. I heard somebody from their group was saying that they should be in the Guinness Book of World Records. Not lying. No joking. They said they should be in the Guinness Book of World Records based on, I don't know if it was a Twitter space, I don't know what it was. Either way, they're talking about they gave, you know, momentum to the reparations movement. No, you didn't. The foundational Black American family tree is what got this. My ancestors is what put the reparations on the planet. You know what I'm saying? And then we push forward with reparations. Nobody at all, you know, can sit here, no group, no individual can sit here and say that they took the reparations movement, especially people who exist, you know what I'm saying, on Twitter spaces. You didn't take it to the next level. Foundational Black Americans have been pushing for reparations for years, and it's a collective, all of us. Tariq Nasheed been talking about reparations for, you know, over a decade. You understand what I'm saying? Dr. Claude Anderson, I mean, come on. He was talking about this in the 1980s, you know, 1970s, to be honest with you. So for somebody to come on and just try to steal off the plate, that's what tethers do. Tethers come and they steal off the plate of foundational Black Americans. Don't come here and try to steal off the plate of what our pillars have already pushed forward. And can we say this as well? If you change the word protest and you just call it a pull-up, ain't it still a protest? You say you didn't report the pull-ups. Okay, well, you know, Black folks been protesting for years. You didn't create the adventure of a protest. You didn't create the thought process of a reparations. Nobody did. And that's that mentality of I'm bigger than the group. Nobody's bigger than the group, not one person. It's like your family. Imagine going to your family reunion and you say, I should get the first plate. I should play every song I want. I get the first everything because I'm bigger than the family.
Ain't nobody come to see you, Otis.
Ain't nobody come to see you, Otis. Get your ass moonwalk off the goddamn stage and get up out of here. Okay, the David Ruffin in the bit. We Michael Jackson, you Tito. You feel me? So they got to get that shit in order. And one thing I love about this era right here, and I'm talking about all my brothers and sisters right here in the panel, we spot the bullshit. Some folks be slow to get to it, but one way, look at right now. Right now, the bullshit is getting laid out. Salute to brother Tariq Nasheed for getting at him. And everybody knows when there's bullshit coming around, we're going to see it. And eventually, it may last a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but eventually somebody's going to call that shit out. And salute to all the brothers who have been out there calling it out from day one. And, you know, other people now joined in, fine, whatever. But at the end of the day, this ain't the 1960s and 70s where shit just prolongs for years and years and years and years. And they fall for the same repeat, recycle. No, eventually somebody going to G-check you. So when David Ruffin step in the building, Otis got to slide his ass out. You feel what I'm saying, brother Afro?
Yeah, just give me a minute. Just give me 1 minute.
Either one of y'all brothers can take that.
I got you. Yeah, I absolutely feel you. And by the way, I just want to let y'all know that I am solely responsible for y'all having daylight. See, the reason why it's called daylight is because it's day. See, y'all really think that it's the sun that's giving y'all light. No. See, I created daylight. And what y'all be giving the sun credit, and then y'all hating on play over here, man. So I just need to let y'all know when y'all refer to what you seeing out here as light, you need to call it daylight because Zilla did that shit. And so just always make sure when you wake up in the morning and you see some light out there, don't say, hey, sunlight. Oh, no. You better give Zilla credit for that daylight, brother.
You delineated from the universe, family? You must have delineated from the galaxy. I delineated from, hey, you responsible for the sun, man. I'm responsible for the whole goddamn Milky Way. Fuck it. If that's what we own it.
I want to say, I did a space called the do's and don'ts of being on code, which was a really big space, a huge space. Props to myself because, I'm just the best that there is. And, I deserve all the credit for everything. So I did the do's and don'ts of being on code. And then after that, Secure the Tribe started using the term on code. And how you know this is because you can look at the dates of when I made that space. And then when they started saying on code, they didn't start saying on code till after I started saying it. So really, to be honest, I feel like I'm the father of Secure the Tribe. If we're going to be honest, like I feel like they're like my children. They're like disobedient bastard children that I had to abandon because I didn't like the mother. That's kind of what it is. So I apologize for my participation in Secure the Tribe. I will, they looked up to me and I let them down. I should have led them in the right direction. I just expected because they're older than I am that, they kind of knew better, but I guess they didn't.
Hey, we gotta have a funeral for these niggas, man. We gotta have look, I don't believe in pussyfooting around with motherfuckers, and I come off a little abrupt. I just don't got time for the bullshit. And so when I went on Tariq's stage, I had a moment, man. I just didn't give a fuck. I said, man, you niggas is bitches. I don't know if y'all was in the room when I said that, right? When Tariq first did a room, and they was on, that was the most comical thing is that these niggas get on the app. First of all, y'all panhandle for $5,000 in each city. You're doing GoFundMe for $5,000. And one of the items that you're spending money for or requesting money for is for security. You niggas be on the app threatening to slap people, threatening to pull up on niggas. Y'all told Afro Elite that it's on site. Like, come on, what y'all niggas need security for? You niggas is hoes. And so when Tariq was very light on these niggas, very light. He held the space and he said, yo, this is a little straightening. What's happening? What's happening, big dog? Who got all that smoke? Y'all know that KD kept her ass hiding behind the fucking tree. She wasn't outside. Now, they love bragging about being outside. That broad was not outside. When it come down to Sonny, when shit goes left, they always want to put Sonny out on the front line. Sonny's a little sneaky bastard. That nigga do his dirt behind the scenes, in the text messages, in these chat groups and shit. That nigga's a low-key dirty nigga. He's very passive-aggressive. When it comes to Booby and Mel was just out disrespectful. He's outright disrespectful. Boobs, we're going to call that nigga Boobs. We ain't calling that nigga Booby. We calling him Boobs, thanks to TBA. His name is Boobs, okay? Boobs, that nigga there, he think he's a little slick, but he's like the enforcer. He's the unintelligent one. He doesn't have a brain. Baby FBA over here, FBA baby over here is just going off. She's just going off. I got to get to a quiet place in the house. FBA baby is just loud over here. So, sorry, family. So I gotta hide in the laundry room. God damn it. So with all that, we know Yaya didn't get her ass on stage. Now she don't mind getting on stage, shaking her ass from stage to stage and rolling mics over here and rolling mics over there. Black, she loved rolling mics, but she didn't want to roll a mic to her goddamn self, right? She didn't want to do that. Now she professed that she loved all the clout, all the smoke. She didn't want that smoke that day. I was sitting back, ready for a good fucking show. I wanted to see at least who was going to stand on 10. I wanted to see who about that life. I can say if it's, I can understand if y'all said fuck Tariq and you said it to that nigga face, but you hoes is running. Then they want to do what's called plausible deniability. What they'll do is they'll host the room, they'll curate the space, facilitate the conversation, and then let their flunkies come up and say the most egregious, slanderous, not slanderous, but slanderous shit. Slenderous, something Hunterious. But yeah, so that's what they do. They love to do all the fuck shit, and then they like to hide their hands. Well, if it wasn't KD and boobs, and if it wasn't Mel, it wasn't Tribe. No, nigga, you niggas, y'all do bad business. And let me say this last thing. If me and Black is cool homeboys, like we tight, but Afro Elite is the homeboy to Black, but Black saying some salacious shit about me, that's gonna tank my relationship with Black. So what Black got to do is get his nigga in check. Hey, bro, you about to fuck up the, you about to fuck up the bread. The bread ain't gonna be fresh. Whatever you got personal with the homie, man, you keep that between you and him. But you doing this on my stage, blah blah, and you tainting the brand. The fact that Mel and Boobs and Sonny never showed any real leadership over there to say, yo, you out of pocket. We saw this shit happen with Shaq. They didn't check that nigga. They created that Frankenstein. Now he feel like he better than the damn group. He feel like he they OG. Same thing with Yaya. Yaya out of pocket. And there's no accountability over there. I was one of the first niggas that said what you need to do is get a conflict resolution team. Put that bad boy in place. They ignored that. They didn't want to do all that. So I'll end there.
Real quick, before we get to Rich, I want to say, Sir Major, I know you've heard some of the things that came out them spaces, and I think I've seen Adonis in this chat. One of the spaces that I heard a while ago, which really was disturbing for me. Now I know that Yaya said something crazy about Tariq's daughter, but there was another situation where they was talking about one of his sons. They was talking about his son having autism, and they was doing a whole bunch of jokey mess, which was extremely disgusting, by the way. And I almost am positive that Mr. Portovino, wasn't he one of the people keying and Khan on there, and then he came right on in Tariq's stage. Yeah, man. I just want to know if
Hey, my G.
Am I tripping, or is that right? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no, man, you're definitely right, man. It's a lot of them, man, who do they shit. None of them gangsters, the Skid Tribe gangsters, none of them got the ass on stage. No one. Everybody that got on stage did a lot of backtracking, moonwalking, all over the damn stage. None of them had the same energy. Now, the one sister who I do somewhat appreciate is the sister named Juicy. She got her own media. Juicy if y'all pay attention to what Juicy said, she got on stage. She said, Tariq, blah, blah, fuck with you. Now, the person who I know was talking shit, that was Yaya. She put Yaya out there. I was dying, right? So she put Yaya out there, and maybe we can get Yaya in the room. And I love how she did it. That was real smooth. But Yaya, she got less than 5 more hours to respond to that diss. That was a diss record. Tariq kept that shit on wax. She got less than 5 hours to respond back, or there's absolutely no legitimacy anywhere around her. Skid Tribe, they're mad because they had failed pull-ups. Y'all organized 28 failed pull-ups. That's what it was. It was a complete failure. In the words of Trump, complete failure, utter failure. What they should have done, and see if they was cool, I would have gave them the game on how to navigate it. You pick 5 major cities, and you master that first. You pick 3 major cities, and you master that. Let that go viral. Let it pick up full steam. Then you can take on the world. You niggas haven't accomplished one city successful. You niggas couldn't get one city with 20 people to show up. Not one of those 28 cities had 15 people to show up. Not one. Now, last thing I'll say, and I'll shut the fuck up. Black, Afro, and Beats. If their pull-ups were successful, do you think they would have been bitching?
No.
No. If it was successful, we wouldn't have heard a peep. The other thing, this is how you know they had great disdain for Tariq out the gate. I wasn't here for it, but I guess they had a room where they had 30,000 people in the room. I remember verbatim, months ago, Tariq wasn't the reason why we had, this came from Mel and Boobs. Tariq wasn't the reason why we had 30K. We did that on our own. We got it out the muscle, blah, blah. So why do y'all feel compelled to keep throwing that little shade out there that Tariq didn't do this? You niggas don't have a name. You niggas don't have a platform. You niggas don't have a fan base. Tariq did help assist. He gave you the alley hoop. And it's okay to admit that shit. But you niggas is, and this tells you that this is about clout, and it tells you that it's about ego. Because a few months ago, y'all, Tariq ain't help us with that. That was Tribe. First of all, no, if you had 30,000 people in your room, you did nothing to retain 15,000 of them. You did nothing to retain 5,000 of them. You know what I'm saying? So, and the conversation of the name on the pull-ups, I see that months ago. That is a terrible name to have. You know, Brother Tariq got a room. I'm not going to hug up your space. I love y'all. If there's anything that I can ever do with my platform to help assist anybody, y'all let me know. I got you. It's nothing.
I'm gonna say this real quick before Rich goes. Sir Major, if you can say just a couple minutes, because I just want you to testify to something. Remember when you made that space with Check and they brought my name up? They were trying to deflect to me, and they was talking about, oh, Afro let Rich call Marcel a nigger. Afro let Rich call Marcel a nigger. So my thing is, now me and Rich are not a part of any organization. Okay. Now Rich was in my space and he said something which was taken out of context. Now they wanted to hold me accountable for something I didn't say, but they don't keep that same energy when it's their space. When it's their space, they can be in the space. They can co-sign what somebody says and then be all like, well, I didn't say that though. And they're in the space giving applause and all of that stuff. Now, when I was in that space, I'm literally in a public bathroom with my phone on 20%. I said, I remember telling you in the DMs, like, I don't have any time to really be here. But I got up there and said, what they took that clip of Rich, which was in my space. Yes, it was. And that was taken out of context. And Rich held the space. He held the space, invited them. He had a space for like 2.5 hours. None of them showed up at all. Not one of them showed up, period, to squash the beef or to address any problems they had, because they don't show up to any problems unless they have the power of the mute button. Because with the power of the mute button, they don't let anybody else speak, and they just get to sit on stage and reprimand people, and that's it. They don't like conflict resolution. They don't like to squash beef or to settle a discussion. They just want to yell and snap off on people, and they realize Rich wasn't going to let them do that for damn sure, so they couldn't go in his room. So I just wanted you to be there to testify.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Didn't have a lot of time, but that's exactly how that played out.
Yeah, so it's called playing the away games. They won't go to other people's stages unless they can, dominate and control the narrative.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But I understand you're trying to get to Tariq's space.
Shout out Tariq Nasheed, and shout out all the new black media, because I think they're learning right now where the attention is at. So you can either be at new black media number 1 or new black media number 2. You want to chime in on that, Alpha?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. A lot of points was made. I want to break this down as well. We see this, a lot of us see this in our personal life, but I'm going to elaborate on this right here. One of the things people love to do is they like to talk about you or have their people talk about you. And then when, you call them out, they try to kind of backtrack on it. You understand? Kind of to what my brother Afro was just saying. I didn't even know. Now, mind you, I've never spoken any of their spaces. Never, not once. Not one time have I ever spoken any of their spaces. So, once again, if you don't speak to somebody, you don't talk to somebody, you don't really deal with them, you think at the most minimal, it's just a cordial, neutral, whatever relationship. It ain't nothing. I see, like Tariq said, I seen all the little snake, little slide things that were being said. I didn't even know until yesterday that one of those people there, I'm not even going to mention the name, had said something slick about me. You feel me? Now, I didn't even know this. You understand? Now, mind you, this isn't a person I've ever dealt with. This ain't a person I ever spoke to. This is a person I've never had no type of communication with. You feel me? And it was basically just somebody being upset because who my friends are, who my comrades are, which is my brother Beatzilla, my brother Afro Elite, my brother Rich, my brother, Nino, wherever you are, Nino, salute. That's what it was. So the whole kicker is that if these are my guys that I was mobbing with from day one, like me and Afro were together when we had like 50 subscribers. Beatzilla, you were like my 12th subscriber. You know what I'm saying? I got 2,000 now. So salute to you guys. So basically it's somebody telling you who your friends can't be. You know what I mean? You can't be friends, but that's some kid stuff, right? Like that's some like playground stuff. Like that can't be your friend. But in essence, they got people that they're affiliated with that diss people all the time. And they want you to give that a pass. They want you to give that a green light. Like my friend can say whatever they want about you and you got to respect them. But you can't hang around Afro. You can't hang around Nino, even though you've never talked to me before, even though I don't know you from a can of paint, even though you've known these guys since day one. Your friends can be these and your friends can't be them. So once I understood that this was being, spoken of, because there's people over there that rock with me. There's people over there that have been completely, mobbing with my content. And then come to find out there's other people that was, saying a little funny style stuff. So once you see this type of mentality and you see this type of behavior, you see a fractured house. You see people don't even know where they're going their goddamn selves. You understand what I'm saying? So how are you going to be anything in the community, any type of pillar, any type of person of purpose in the community if you can't even get your house in order? One thing about me is when I'm with my people, they mob. Like me and Queen Alpha, when we sit down and talk, we sit down and we move as a unit. You understand? When we do the new black media thing, we move as a unit. I've had personal conversations with my brother Rich, with my brother Zilla, with my brother Afro, my brother Torian Reigns. We talk. You know what I'm saying? We don't sit there and say, you go left, I'm going to go right. We just going to be all over the place. And then we're going to get mad at people if they don't want to be cool with us. We don't do that type of stuff. So this type of energy that you see being exhibited from those type of sides, this lets you know who you're really dealing with. What people don't understand is those other people, they got personal beefs. With us, it's just behavior. We don't like how motherfuckers act. And that's the difference. They don't like who we are. They don't like who we're around. They got a problem with who we are as people. We don't even give a damn about who they are as people. We talking about how you behave. If you've corrected your behavior, you wouldn't have no issues. If you corrected how you act, you wouldn't have no issues. It's like your parent. Your parents say, I ain't got no problem with you, but you didn't do what I told you to do. So now you got to get this whooping. That's what it is in real life. So it ain't no personal feud. I know people was trying to make it look like it was a 50-50 split. When my brother Afro was talking that real shit, that now everybody knows what he was saying, everybody was trying to make it look like it was a 50-50 thing. They was like, well, you got your side, Afro, and they got their side. It wasn't that. It was Afro Elite speaking the facts and speaking the truth that apparently everyone agrees with now. And then they were trying to make it look like it was a 50-50 split. No, it was not. Okay, no, it was not. So these things that we say, they're not personal. That's why we don't have personal attacks. We just say things that are genuine and things of truth. Y'all notice I haven't even mentioned the name of that group one time. I haven't even mentioned the name one time. So everybody know what I'm talking about. But I don't have to sit here and spend time and speak on people and give their names and their dates. They do that with my brothers. They come at my brothers and say all these slander things about my brothers. I don't even mention them at all. Like I don't even say their name, but you know who I'm talking about because I don't give credence to that. When you on code, you don't worry about who's off code. When you're doing what's right, you don't worry about who's wrong. And when you're correct, you don't worry about somebody who's incorrect. You just go ahead, handle your business, get what you got to get and make it true and make it honest. And at the end of the day, the real facts will go up and everybody who's on the bottom will slide. You feel me, my brothers?
Absolutely, man. And that's the one thing we always do is keep it tight and right, brother. Keep it tight and right. With that being said, they actually gave Tariq Nasheed actually gave a shout out to Rich last night on his broadcast. So that's on the record for being the first one to call out the twerky granny. So without further ado, Brother Rich, you got the floor, brother.
B1 to everybody in the building. B1. First question I have is, if you really rock with Tariq Nasheed, please explain to me why you would want Tariq Nasheed associated with what you got going on the grassroots. I'm gonna ask that question again. If you really rock with Tariq Nasheed and Jason Black and Professor Black Truth, please explain to me why you would want their name associated with what you got going on the grassroots, knowing damn well Tariq Nasheed just had the FBI at his house last month. I'm gonna ask that question again. If you really rock with Tariq Nasheed and Jason Black and Professor Black Truth, why the hell do you want your name associated with those people when you know the FBI was just at Tariq Nasheed's house literally a month ago, when Jason Black literally a week ago said every time he goes to the airport, they stop him and separate him from everybody else. Why would you want your name associated with that? I don't need permission from Tariq Nasheed or Jason Black to do the work. I look at this. I'm gonna give an example here. Let's say we were in a gang, quote unquote. We're not in a gang, FYI, but let's say we were. Let's say all of us was Crip, and we had a problem with the Bloods or the Latin Kings or whoever. Do you think the Bloods or the Crips are gonna ask for permission to go put in work? If we were Blood, you think I'm gonna go ask you for permission to go put in work on some Crips? Or if we was Crip, would I go ask for permission to go put in work on the Bloods? I don't need permission. What's understood doesn't need to be said. I don't need to go holler at Tariq Nasheed, yo, bro, I'm about to hold this event, or I'm about to do this, or I'm about to do that. Can I get your permission to do it? I don't need permission. I don't need recognition. Jason Black ain't ever got to say my name. Tariq Nasheed ain't never got to say my name. I'm not in it. I'm not in this to make them happy or to get on their good side. People ask me all the time, Rich, why you don't request the mic when Tariq Nasheed is talking? I don't have nothing to say to Tariq Nasheed because what's understood doesn't need to be said. When I do things out of the goodness of my heart. I love Black people. I don't need permission from anybody. I don't need to have a conversation. Once I practice speaking without speaking. I believe that's called I forgot the word for it, but I don't need to move my mouth, or you don't need to move your mouth for me to understand what the agenda is. When Dr. Umar built this school, I put money behind that. When Dr. Amos Wilson, when they need a headstone for him, I put my money on that. I didn't go broadcast, oh, can I get a shout out? I don't need a shout out. If you in this for shout outs, if you in this for praise, nigga, go be a hip hop artist. Go be a rapper. Go be a singer. That's where they get praises at. Malcolm X didn't get no praise. Dr. Martin Luther King didn't get no praise at all. They died at a young age. They didn't even have money. They didn't even have finances. Malcolm X left the Nation of Islam. That was his support system. That was all he had at the time. That was a very big move. That was a very influential move in his life, because it's like, yo, this is who made me. This is the group that made me, and I'm willing to leave. Not only am I willing to leave, but I'm willing to still be for Black people even after I leave. You know how hard that is when you got no, or the support system you had your whole entire life. You separated with them, and now you on your own. He could have been like, you know what? Fuck this Black empowerment shit. I'm just gonna take care of my family, and I'm just gonna just do me. He was like, nope. I'm still gonna be about this Black empowerment, even if I'm the only one standing in here. Even if I'm the only one that's speaking about this, I'm willing to do it. But you got people out here looking for praise, and you didn't even do nothing. You barely even. We haven't even had any huge success yet. We haven't even had any huge success yet. So imagine if you touched just a little bit of success, how you would have acted. You want Tariq Nasheed name associated with you, knowing, and that's how I know they don't even study history. Because if you study history, you know what they do. They put you in a group like they did the Black Panthers. They associate you with a group, and then when it's time to come get you, they hit you with a RICO. Why would you want to be associated yourself with a group? Why would you want to be associated yourself with an influencer? I don't want to be associated with nobody. I'm not a part of no group. I'm not a part of no nothing. I'm just a victim of white supremacy. I say that shit all the time. That's all I am, a victim of white supremacy. They come to my door asking me what I am. I'm just a human being. That's it. That's all I am. I'm just a victim of white supremacy. I'm not associated with nobody. I'm not associated with Tariq Nasheed. All I do is follow him on Twitter. That's it. Because as soon as you start aligning yourself with other people, that's when they like to attach you with a group. That's the same thing they do with gangs in NYC. If you was on the phone with a gang member, you are now a part of that gang. They don't care if that's true or not. If you just was on the phone with a gang member, you are now a part of that gang. They don't treat us like they treat those white criminals that do crime in the white community. When you do crime in the white community, you're a lone wolf. You by yourself. We don't get that same energy. As soon as we do something, they want to know, wait, who else was involved? Who else was involved? Even if there was nobody involved, they're gonna find somebody. If you study all the drug dealers from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, all the FBI and the CIA and the feds, they would always lock up the mothers of the drug dealers. They never did that to the entire mafia. They always do that to the black drug dealers. When they come get the black drug dealers, they lock their mothers up, their aunts up, their sisters up. Big Meech's mom got locked up. So some of y'all know, Big Meech's mom got locked up when he got locked up also. His sister, his aunt. That's how they get down with us. When it's white Italian mafia people, no, they don't come for the mothers or the fathers. Look at what's Jeffrey Epstein. What's his wife? I forgot her name. The white woman that just got sentenced. Y'all know who I'm talking about.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Maxwell, exactly. Why is it that out of all those records that they found on Jeffrey Epstein, all those people that was on his plane, why they only locked up Maxwell and nobody else? You telling me it was only Jeffrey Epstein and Max? There was nobody else involved. Clinton was on that plane. Bush was on that plane. Bill Gates was on the plane. And they didn't lock up nobody else. The only person they locked up was the wife. They had supermodels on there. They had celebrities on there. That's how the dominant society treats black people and white people. When it's white people, you're a lone wolf. When it's black people, it's everyone. All y'all niggas is going down. Every last one of y'all. The co-hosts, the hosts, the speakers, the listeners, everybody's going down. This is why it's important to separate yourself from whatever's going down with the new black media. If the new black media got something going down, that's it. I will support, but I'm going to support from right here, from where I'm at. When I got something going down, I don't need to hit the new black media up and let them know. That's not how white supremacy works. White supremacy doesn't ask for permission to practice white supremacy. When a homeless white man is practicing white supremacy, you think he go to Bill Gates and be like, "Yo, bro, I'm about to practice some white supremacy. I just wanted to give you a heads up." They don't do that. They just get their ass up and just practice it. That's all they do. They just get up and just practice white supremacy. When you practice in black empowerment, it got to go the same way. You don't ask for permission. You just get your ass up and do the work. You don't ask for permission. You don't try to align yourself with people, because that's how you get shit. You make the block hot. This is why I love where I come from and what I've been through, because in the streets, we understand this shit. I mean, not all street dudes, because some street dudes, they be silly as hell too. But I understand that. I don't align myself with the person that's in the streets that got the biggest name. Because if he got the biggest name, the feds is on his ass. And if the feds is on his ass and I call him, then they're gonna be like, wait, okay, so he called this person. Who's this guy? Oh, let's investigate him too. Oh, you speaking on the phone with him? You on the phone with Black Alpha? Let me investigate him too. I didn't know who he was before, but thanks for introducing me to him. Let me investigate him. Let me go investigate Afro and Beatzilla, since he was on the phone with Tariq and Black Alpha and the Black Authority. Let me go investigate him. That's how it works. But no, what they want attention. They want praise. A few of y'all made a good point. If you wanted people to promote your project, why are you burning bridges with the people that could promote your project? Hit Torian up, hit Black Alpha up, hit Afro up, hit Beatzilla up, hit Kid Gravity up. Ask them to get on their platform. But no, you didn't want this shit to be. You didn't want this to be promoted. You wanted attention. That's what you wanted. You wanted attention. And since you wanted attention, I'm glad you got it, because you got all the attention you wanted this week. All that talking and all that cursing and yelling, screaming on the top of your lungs. You got it this week. The niggas put you on on the big summer jam screen. And last thing I want to say, and I'm gonna let the mic go. When I posted Yaya twerking, people were coming at me. Oh, Rich, you're off code. Why are you doing this to black women? Why you this? Why you that? I didn't come at her on some tether behavior. I came out on some, listen, you my sister from another family, whatever the case may be. I'm black, you black. I don't think twerking is the most appropriate thing you should be doing, especially when you're doing political work. Especially when you're doing political work. That don't look good. People are looking for reasons not to rock with us, and you giving them a reason not to rock with us when you on the damn ground twerking. We got little girls, 13, 12 years old, with nails on, with damn weaves in their hair, with damn booty shorts on. Who you think they learning shit like that from? From their elders, because their elders are supposed to be, you supposed to be a grandma, you over here on the fucking ground twerking. So what are you telling to the young girls that's coming up, the young black girls? What are you showing them? That they should be on the ground twerking too? And the ladies be coming at me, oh, you got a problem with us twerking. I ain't got a problem with y'all twerking. Y'all want to twerk, go ahead. But don't put it on the internet. Do that shit behind closed doors. Do it behind closed doors. You ain't got to put that on the internet, especially at your age, your tender age. And you got kids, plus you got grandkids. And now the new thing is you got these young kids. They go to school now, and people are making fun of them because they mothers on the internet on OnlyFans and shit. If I was coming up with these kids these days, ooh, I would have roasted them in class. Ooh, I would have roasted them in class. Ooh, I would have roasted them. I would have had all types of jokes. Yeah, your mother is on OnlyFans right now. That would have been my joke. So y'all just giving these kids in school all types of ammo when y'all get on the internet like grown women and grown men and act foolish. I land right there.
Right on, right on, brother. Are you there, Alpha?
Yeah, hey, definitely. Hey, shout out to you, Rich, because you know what, I DM'd you last night, family, about, you know what I'm saying, coming through and being right when a lot of folks, you know, don't like what you say when it's unpopular in the beginning, but, you know, truth tells you, you know, what's real and what's not. One thing I do want to say is when you start talking about this movement right here, it is very, very clear that we all conduct ourselves in a real, you know, honest, you know, professional manner. You know, everybody understands that when you're dealing with what we're trying to accomplish, you got to be thorough and you got to be precise. A lot of those reparations rallies that were going on, I seen a lot of folks come in real militant. You know what I'm saying? They're coming real militant, you know, acting crazy out there. And I'm not even saying this from that other group because there was a lot of other people out there and they was on some militant stuff and thing. This is us about getting what we have to get. That militant stuff, there's a time and a place for that. And it's not when you're trying to get your check. It's not when you're trying to get this because you already know how they're going to do it. They're going to point to, you know, these rallies and be like, look how they came. They was out here being reckless and they was talking about assaulting people and all these type of things. And we already deal with enough smear campaigns, a bunch of propaganda, a bunch of slander, even when we're not doing anything. So people got to be very concise when they do these things. So to your point, Brother Rich, is when you out here and you got videos like that on the internet, but yet at the same time, you're trying to spearhead some type of black empowerment. Nobody is going to associate that type of behavior with black empowerment at all. That's not to say you got to be prim and proper because y'all know straight up, Black Alpha Network, I'm straight to the bone, real with it. But it's real and it's with a sincerity to it. It's not real and ratchet. It's not real and crazy. It's when you say something, the words are so true that you got to deal with it. You got to accept it. It's not some stuff where it's some love and hip hop type behavior. That love and hip hop behavior has no room in this movement at all. And people who running around here who want to put badges on their shirt and want to call themselves these lieutenants and mamas of the community and aunties and grandmas or whatever the hell they want to be. You know, these, you ever notice that the two people who say they mama in the community, both of their groups don't fail? Think about that. There's two people that y'all can think of that say they the mama of the community or the grandmama or whatever, and neither one of them have got off the thing. You see what I'm talking about? This is what happens when you start dealing with real black empowerment and the universe works in mysterious ways. So when you running around here saying that you the mama, Ados, when you running around here saying that you the mama, the other person you were just mentioning, because I ain't gonna go there. Those type of people who say that, they're trying to put themselves above the community, and none of that mama talk fail. Because last time I checked, mama gave birth to people. They didn't give birth to none of this. They didn't give birth to none of this. So they ain't in no position to reference themselves that way. They're in no position to reference themselves in that standard or that type of high regard. And both of the times, the two people we could think of that said that stuff, their asses came in and then they went right out the door. That shit didn't even have 15 minutes of fame, man. That shit had about 5. Brother Jason, I see you, brother. It's on you.
Can I say something real quick before Jason goes? Just real quick. All I want to say is if we're no bias aside, when it comes to the pull-ups, they honestly didn't do a good job. They didn't do as good of a job as they thought they did. If we're going to be real, yeah, I knew about the pull-ups. I didn't even know when the pull-ups were or where the pull-ups were going to be. They did a bad job at advertising their pull-ups. And that's why most of their pull-ups flopped. They also did a bad job of allowing people to be a part of the pull-ups, participate in the pull-ups. Their pull-ups they were overhyped. Some of them popped off, and I'll give it credit for that. But if you do 2 dozen pull-ups and 2 of them pop off, that's a failure. And I'll land there.
Yeah, let me say this as well, family, because as we say, it ain't never personal. It's all about your behavior. If you act right, you get treated right. If you come sideways, then you get treated on that same regard. I notice a lot of jealousy that comes from that side because anybody who's ever did anything of, any type of merit, they have a problem with. You feel me? Our brother Tariq Nasheed got in their space and made it big, and they couldn't just leave that alone. You feel me? And Tariq didn't even take credit for it. Tariq was quiet about it. I mean, he didn't even say nothing. He was humble about it. And they somehow found a beef with him about something that he did, not even on a big level. He just got in their space, speaking his piece. And they didn't want to accept the fact that it got big because of Tariq. So they found some jealousy so they can hate on our brother. Jason Black, they were running around here saying B1 all the time. And then that term belongs to Jason Black that he created, shall I say. And then they got jealous because that was a term that they didn't have. And I'm going to say this right now, and I see her right now, our sister Nordos. I see you, sister. They got jealous because her Power 106 protest that she had out there. And they spent this whole time being jealous about what she did. I don't know how you could be jealous about that because that was a good, honest, sincere protest rally, just correcting BS behavior. And they got mad at our sister for that. So you're talking about you're getting mad at our sister for having a genuine protest. You're getting mad at Tariq Nasheed for speaking in your space. And you got mad at Jason Black for using the term B1 in which he created. That where I'm from is called being a player hater. That is pure jealousy. And there's no room for jealousy in the movement. So when somebody calls you out and someone speaks on you and someone corrects that type of behavior, don't be upset. We all say that this is the gatekeeping era, but don't be upset when you get your ass gatekeeped. Brother Jason, and then our sister Nodos, I see is on the floor.
All right. Thank y'all for letting me speak. So the first thing I want to say or point out is that these people, speaking of what, kind of piggyback on what Rich said, but these people were engaging in some real oppie behavior. So let's think about optics. Imagine you're just a regular black person, or even if you are very conscious, but you're not on Twitter at all. So you don't know who Security Tribe is, because let's be honest, that's their whole claim to fame is Twitter and in the Twitter space. And like Sir Major was saying, I can 100% back that because I heard it too. Early on, very early on, they were taking low-key shots at Tariq. Tariq wasn't the reason why. Nobody was. You just felt the need to establish that Tariq wasn't the reason why your space was as big as it was when he was. So they've been about clout from the beginning. But back to what I was saying, or the main thing I was saying about the oppie behavior. Think about the optics. You don't know anything about the reparations movement, but you see a bunch of niggas with Confederate flags. What if I don't know shit about Twitter? I'm gonna say these niggas are coons. Something's wrong with them. And then this pseudo history they try to put behind the Confederate flag, it's so easy to research and debunk that. It's fake. It's fake. That was a flag of an Mongoloid Indian regiment of the Confederacy because they fought on the side of the Confederacy if you ever read history or study history. So that's a very oppie behavior because what you're trying to do is make it so that nigga, it will be when a smear campaign starts on you, it's 1,000% easy to say, Isn't that the niggas that was running around with Confederate flags? Oh, hell no, I'm not fucking with them. Whatever indictments is going on, it's probably justified. That's what I'm gonna think. So not only are you doing that, but then you're also running around trying to get people to sign up with information. You want everything on the Summer Jam screen. Like it's some extremely oppish type of shit that you're doing, that you're trying to put on people, and the images. You're trying to get people caught up in hate group RICOs and all kind of stuff. So these niggas was doing a lot of shit that it's like, even if that's not your intent, or if it's truly not your intent to be an agent and you're truly don't have a handler that's someone who handles an informant, why are you doing everything that an informant or an operative would do? You're doing all of this suspect shit, and then you expect niggas to shout you out. And then, but the irony is, and this is the other thing I wanted to say, and I'll land my plane, is that, and I said this in other space, nobody is obligated. If Afro chose not to shout them out, regardless, let's say they never had a beef and Afro chose not to shout them out, he's not obligated to. Y'all the same niggas that swear that you did so much worldwide shit on your own with your space. I even got in the mail with that, and he was saying that to me. You mad because you mad because I had a worldwide space? Well, nigga, make your pull-ups go worldwide. Why you need to read? You swore up and down you didn't need them for your worldwide space. Why don't you just have another worldwide space and spread the word about your own shit? Why does it matter? You're doing it for the people. Why does it matter how many people know? It doesn't. I've done stuff for the people. I've been at protests. I went to a Dylan Roof protest. This is the first time I'm telling people that, because it don't matter. I don't need credit for that. I didn't do it for me. I didn't do it for the recognition. I don't need nobody to pat me on the fucking head. I was on the news and shit. I don't need people to, oh, you made the news. Oh, Jason, you're so great. You drove to South Carolina. You did this. I've been to many other protests. I'll just name one prominent one that everybody knows about, but I've been to many other protests. But I'm just saying, I don't need pats on the back for that. This is probably the first time a lot of people are ever hearing me say that, because it don't matter. I don't need somebody. I'm not obligated to somebody shouting me out or giving me shouts out. I know the brother Torian Rain is in here. If he chose not, even if they DM'd him and asked him to please cover their pull up, if for every reason he said, I don't know enough about you, I'm cool on that, they're not justified to jump out the window on him. Whatever the reason is, if you're doing it for the right reasons, that's not something you get mad about, point blank, period. It was a smokescreen. You, like Tariq said and other people said, you was already hating from the beginning and you was looking for a reason to jump out the window. Nobody's obligated to cover you. If you message Professor Black Truth and he don't cover you, he's not fucking obligated to. The only time you have a right to get upset is if he goes out of his way to attack you. Yeah, anybody has a right to defend themselves. But if they're not attacking you, they're not obligated to cover you. Nobody's obligated, no matter how think you cool you think you are with them. They are not obligated to do something that for whatever reason they feel like that's not the move right now. But obviously, as we know, Tariq probably would have shouted them out if they had come to him. But I just want to also emphasize that even if they did, which they didn't, he's still not obligated. So the fact that that was your excuse to jump out the window, it just further shows who you are and what you're about. But that's all. And thank you for letting me speak.
Straight up, that shows that shows what the real true character is. And now I guess that's kind of my thing, and I guess everybody else would have a mind of integrity. When you see people moving in such a way, and you're actually literally getting shouted out, but then you say it ain't good enough. Because I actually listened to a little bit of that recording, and family, it just makes no sense. If the brother went on the Revolt Summit, this is going to be a nationally televised or internationally televised event, shouting your pull-ups out, but because you didn't get immediate gratification, like these cats don't even understand how tapings work. Like, at least wait till it come out, but whatever. I mean, there's been videos for people covering their pull-ups, and they're already dogging the people that put out videos shouting them out because they jumped out the window. So, it is what it is, man. Either one of y'all want to chime in on that?
Hey, you can take that one, Afro.
Oh, yes.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it wasn't letting me come off mute for a second, but I'm enjoying the build that everybody got, and to piggyback off of what Jason had said, if these people thought that they, because do you guys remember? I don't know if you guys did. I don't know why it feels like Twitter Spaces. It's kind of hard to keep track. I mean, there's so many Twitter Spaces every day. It seems it's kind of hard to keep track. But do you guys remember them saying that they were the new black media? I remember it was the Free R. Kelly dude who
I remember that.
Thank you. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so I'm not the only one. It was the Free R. Kelly dude who said they are the new black media. They said that about themselves because they got into it with Jason. So if they're the new black media, why are they going to anybody else? Why are they mad at it? Because I remember Mel when I was trying to squash the beef between me and Security, and we've tried to multiple times, and I don't think that's been stated enough. I personally have been in multiple spaces after the fallout, explaining what happened. Like, you know what, my issue with you guys isn't the fact that you guys got more clout or followers than me. My issue was this. I remember you, me, Black Alpha, Rich, Nino, we were all in there talking. Well, this is what B1 means. B1 it's a global thing. It doesn't mean Black American first. We were trying to handle things like civil on code Black adults. We've been trying to do that for the longest time. And they was all like, no, we don't need. Remember, they said, you know what? If that's what B1 means, then fuck them then. They said that. Mel has multiple times went out of his way to say F Jason Black and F everybody who's B1. So if that's the case, then cool. If that's the energy you want, if you say F everybody that's B1, then okay then. I just want you to know most of the new black media that you expecting to help you is B1. So you just burned your bridge right there. And none of them was all like, oh no, this cool, it's cool. For several months, they was talking about, man, FB1, man, FB1, F all of them B1 groups over there. They were saying that for several months. Okay. Now, as a B1 person, because I am black first, I don't go around making people black first. I don't go around in other people's spaces being all like, well, if you ain't black first, then F. I don't do that. Everybody knows my stance personally. And, you know, the people around me have the same stance I do. That's it. I don't force my ideology on anybody else. And I don't attack anybody else's ideology. For instance, Pan-Africanism. I'm still cool with some Pan-Africanists. I don't agree with that, though. We go back and forth, but that don't mean there has to be beef. Just because we don't agree on ideology, we just move in two separate directions. But these people didn't. These people not only didn't agree with Black First, which is the most simple term I have ever heard in my life. There is absolutely nothing confusing about B1. The second I heard Black First, I'm like, okay, I know exactly what it means. This makes perfect sense to me. There was no confusion. But if they didn't agree with B1, okay, that's cool. But they went out of their way to attack everybody who was B1 time and time again. And now look, now y'all need the B1 folks to help y'all out because y'all doing struggle ups. They ain't even pull-ups. You know how you be doing a pull-up and it's easy, you know, grab onto the bar and up to the chin, 1, 2 pull-up. But it is, you know, it struggles on a 6 pull-up. After that number 5 hits, then you pulling up and you swinging your legs and you kicking up and you trying to struggle, but the bar just touches the top of your head. That's what they had. It was like struggle ups, really. I wouldn't even really call it pull-ups. They didn't really pull up, to be honest. And they was like, why didn't you help me with the pull-ups? Well, you said FB1, remember? Y'all said y'all was the new black media, remember? So that's all I got to say.
Hey, I got to add on to that real quick, family. That's the truth, because how you going to go around and say these things about the new black media and then turn around and want the new black media to help you? Be honest with you, it comes across like the rapper who put out a song who I think you said it, Afro, or you were Rich. Y'all said it's like you got a feature on the song. One of y'all said that yesterday in Real Space. They and put out a song. Drake was on the feature. One of y'all boys said that, and it blew up because of Drake. And now when Drake ain't on that record no more, and then you got to make something hot on your own, you can't do it. You have never been able to duplicate that space again. And now you're jealous at individuals just based on that, because so you can't really run around here and get upset that people ain't rocking with you. Like I said, if you put out a song and they don't move, you can't blame the fans. Don't blame the record label. You got to look directly in that mirror, because was it really ever you in the first place? Or was it that you got a feature? You got a feature on that record. And that feature just came from one of the pillars of our community. You didn't do that. So when you run around here and you try to act like that was all based on your talent, it wasn't based on your talent, because your conversations start and stop at delineation. You know what I'm saying? Some of them are non-FBA and they really need to delineate from the immigration office, but that's another story for another day. So at the end of the conversation, you cannot be mad at anybody and you can't go around just picking people. And I feel like, honestly, we should have been talking about the Revolt Summit. Our brother Tariq and as well as others, went there and represented what we were, pushing for on the main stage. These are good things for our movement. And instead of us really having in-depth conversations about that summit and our brothers and sisters putting it down there, these folks is out here murking the waters and just, throwing out that confusion at the wrong time. And this is the problem here. Like we say, it's like when we're trying to get something going, we're trying to get positive, we're trying to push something forward, then here comes the people with the nonsense and the negative energy and casting that dark cloud over everything. We all know we was ready to, have more conversations about the summit, the reparations, talking about getting on these politicians, and then here they come talking about some of y'all didn't acknowledge us. No, you didn't acknowledge yourself. And the fact that you didn't acknowledge yourself, that's a problem between you and the person in the mirror. That's all I got to say on that. Sister Nordos, it's all on you, because I know they've been hating on you and whatnot, but salute to you for standing up and doing the protests that you did.
Oh, man, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the reason I'm asking, I'm in the car and traffic's super bad. I'm going to try to make sense. Peace, love, and reparations to all the hosts. Peace, love, and unity to everyone. I'm going to keep it brief because I have a hell of a lot to say that y'all don't know on the back end. But so I'm going to keep it confined to what Alpha Network said. So the first thing is, one of the things I didn't like, I'm not going to get into a lot of details on this part. When it gets to my experience, I get a little bit more detailed without taking up a lot of space. One of the things that I didn't like off the bat was the fact that I specifically felt that Yaya in particular was like gang banging the movement, like set tripping. And I'm like, this is a movement. This is supposed to be about love and unity. And every time I turned around, it wasn't just me at first. Everybody, like a lot of us came from Clubhouse. And these were sharp people, well-read people. And they would come into their space and try to, just talk. And they would just get screamed at, oh, you niggas, you come in here and you think you got degrees. Da, 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 da. And it was like, oh, my God, what's going on? They ran away some really great, knowledgeable people. So I didn't like that, the whole, like, gang banging on people. The next thing is Tariq and the 30,000 space. I think it's good that they had that experience. They had that 30,000 space, but they do have to give credit to not only to Tariq. It was a perfect storm. People don't realize that very night was the night the President Buhari in Nigeria opened Twitter back up to the Nigerians. They hadn't had Twitter in over a year. And they would argue with us on Clubhouse. It would be thousands of people in the space. So when they found out about, not the space, the room. So it was a perfect storm for them. Nigeria opened up that night. Remember, it was full of Nigerians. Then Tariq was in there. And, we don't know what could have, wouldn't happen. I don't take anything away from them. But I did contact them immediately after that, because I'm not going to get into it today, but some things they were doing immediately after. I called, I gave them my number. One of them called me, and I said, hey, I see what you guys are doing. You're some young guys. This is great, blah, blah, blah. And I said, let me give you some reading material. Read Claude Anderson. Read Neely Fuller. Read From Here to Equality. Read Back of the Hiring Line. Read They Were Her Daughter. Like, I gave a whole list of books. And I said, because I see how you're positioning yourself. And I said, in this arena, knowledge is key. And people are going to come for you and you have to be able to speak on the issues. So from what I can tell, they didn't read none of the shit I gave them. I don't know. I can't speak on it. But the third thing is, I think Black Alpha Network brought it up, or Beat Zilla brought it up, the hate on me. Like, people who did testimonies in Juicy's room, and I felt that it was sad that you couldn't go into a space and just be a listener. I'd go in there, oh, Nardos is in here. Oh, she runs with Naheem. She runs with the Freedmen. And they would just ambush you, and it's like, oh, my God, I don't run with anyone. So that type of stuff, but here's where the real hate came in to bring us to the present. I can never figure out why Yaya had so much hate for me. Why I go into spaces and she's calling me bitches and hoes, and you use your vagina to manipulate men, and then you're on a feminist tip, and you voted for Kamala, and just lying on me. You're messy. Everybody knows you're messy. Your spaces are messy. And it's like, oh, my God, you're talking about yourself right now. But I never stooped to her level. I just, I was like, okay, yeah. And then, I pointed out to the room, she's the one coming after me. So where we are today, back to the jealousy, think about this. How did my name, Connie Collins, I'm no one. Like, she's calling out Marcel, Tariq, Teslin, Professor Black Truth. How did my name get in there? That's what you have to think about. Why did she go on a rampage and start in on me again? And then I said, don't attack me. Attack my message or my ideology. Tell me what I've done. You calling me bitches and hoes, what? What is that based on? It has to be jealousy. Then I mentioned, I even called one of the guys after the last time she cursed me out, and I said, hey, tell her I'm a grown woman. I unblocked her. Give her my number so we can talk like two grown women. She never called. That's why they call her Yaya. She just goes, ya, 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 ya. That's all she does. So I said, tell her to call me. She didn't. So now I'm going to get to the crux of the jealousy. From day one, like all the women, like women that came in there that are on point, she ran them all off. And none of us, like, we all started talking like, what's going on? Then when I did the Power 106 pull-up, I never imagined that it would get that much attention. I never did. Like, it just blew my mind. But again, back to a perfect storm. It's not that I did anything great. It's not that my organizing was stellar. I mean, I put in a ton of work, but trust me, it was because Tariq's name was in there, American Cholo's name was in there, and what's the guy's name? Tyga. So yeah, it was in whatever, Complex magazine, the hip hop magazine. This is where she got upset. When she heard Tariq shout my name out, then I never even, like, this is how much I don't care. I didn't go, people were telling me Vicky Dillard said something, Professor Black Truth, I never went to find the footage. I never went to listen. People filled me in. But that's what she wanted. That's what she was upset about. And I won't call out this person's name. She even told him, you had a space for Connie. You had a recap space for her, but you didn't have one for me. What she doesn't understand, like Tariq said, you can't jack somebody else's swag in the movement. You can't jack somebody else's years of work and experience and think, I don't know if you guys can hear my navigation, and think that, like Tariq said, you're not grassroots, you're a woman in the grass. You haven't earned anything in this movement to declare yourself a leader. I don't even do that, and I've been at this for years. And so that's what she could not take, that she didn't get all this recognition. So now I'm going to close with this. It's really sad, back to the set tripping. The young ladies that did the pull-up out here in L.A. contacted me early on. They said, hey, will you speak? I said, sure. They said, can you help us? I said, sure. Then a couple of weeks later, a month later, Yaya screamed on me, called me bitches and hoes. Never heard from them again. Never heard from them because they were afraid to talk to me. And that's why you can't have that BS in the movement. And I'm going to tell you how it harmed them. Somebody just said that some of their pull-ups weren't successful. People get mad, oh, that's another thing, Yaya. Oh, she boule, she bougie. First of all, black people should come in every manner that they come. And I bring a skill set to the table. When I heard they were doing them at city halls, I made the assumption people who are in that work in politics, I no longer work in it. Whenever you have a rally at a city hall, a boroughs, at the state capitals, Capitol Hill, you do some deep planning. So the first thing you do is you call to each politician's office. You make an appointment so that when you and your crew get there, you can meet with all of the politicians beforehand, present your issues, and leave them with literature. So they didn't want my help because of Yaya, so we never discussed it. Then the pull-up out here was on a Saturday. Hold on. It was on a Saturday. City Hall was closed. Downtown was closed. So we were out there talking to ourselves. It's a ghost town downtown. So the objective should have been, let's set some meetings with these politicians. And usually you go in, you get your little photo op. You know, if there's a big crowd, they'll only let so many people in. But that would have been great footage for them. Like I said, and then you leave your literature and you get the politicians on camera. Then you come outside and you have your big rally where it's bustling outside. And then black people walking by will join in. Your numbers will grow. Other allies who are there, your numbers will grow. There will be people who are against you and you can converse. But I found out, I asked the woman that ran it out here, and I said, well, why did you have this on a Saturday? She said, oh, Yaya picked all the dates. She picked the dates around the nation. This is what the woman told me. I don't know if it's true. Without even knowing the cities and the nuances of the cities. So she picked Saturday. That's why they were dead. That's why you saw people walking around talking to no one. That's why it happened that way. And like when I did mine, I sent out over 200 press releases. I've done this shit before. I couldn't figure out why no press came out. The only person that came out was Slauson Girl, Voice of LA, and she's a wonderful young lady. But then I realized, oh, I'm up against a big conglomerate. I'm up against the media itself. It's odd for not one outlet to come. They didn't send out press releases. I also sent over a demand letter. Like, there's a bunch of work that goes into this. I constantly called and sent letters. So the recognition that she wanted, what I hope she walks away learning from this is, I use a term, you're Icarus. You flew too high. You flew too close to the sun. And you fell because you weren't humble enough.
I hate to cut you.
Let me close with this. She wasn't humble enough to work with people who know what they're doing or to learn from other people. I sit in these spaces every day and learn from everyone. But this jealousy shit, that she blew up her own spot over jealousy. So anyway, guys, that's my contribution to that part of it. I have a lot more to say, but not today. But peace, love, and reparations. Let's learn from this and understand that it's us. So when you see people, like, I couldn't believe how many people let her run up on me and call me bitches and hoes in rooms. We're supposed to come up on stage and storm that freaking stage and tell people, you don't talk to our people like that. I didn't even know Katie. When they called her a grifter and a thief, I went up against people I knew for years. I did not know Katie at all. And when we spoke on the phone, she said, damn, you're solid. Thank you. I went to bat for her in 3 months. And to try to tear down somebody and possibly ruin their livelihood. But I close with this. Let's stay close. Let's stay loving. We're not all going to get along.
I agree. We are not going. I fully agree with you on that one. We're not all going to get along, and I feel like that's the thing, because this is about the movement. This is about the people and what our work is supposed to be for each other. It's not about clout or anything. Now there's some other people who wanted to speak. If you don't have a lot of time, I'll let you up immediately. So just let us know if there's anybody else who would like to have anything else to say. Yo, Black Alpha, I thought you said you wanted to say something, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, first off, I'm just pretty much like everybody else. I heard Tariq's space a little bit. I ain't gonna front on y'all. And god damn. And I'm talking about the one from the show yesterday and the one from today. So a lot of cleansing is going on, a lot of G-checking and a lot of regulating is going down. And that's just how it has to be, because this movement right here that we're in is a real movement. It's not a game. It's not fantasy. And people who get out of line just got to get what has to be done. And that's what it is. It's been like this in every movement. Speaking of every movement, let me take it back real quick to the 1960s and 70s. We got to remember, in the 1960s and 70s, a lot of folks showed up to all these other, organizations and all the Black Panther Party and all that. And these people were not there for no Black empowerment. They were there for clout. You know what I'm saying? As my brother B Zilla said, Cloutopia. That's what that is. Same thing was going on with there. These folks is like rappers. You feel me? They don't want to do no Black empowerment. They don't really want to get reparations. They want the glitz and the glamour of reparations. They want to look like they're leading. That's why they always try to put themselves in the front of the line. That's why they always try to put themselves as some type of leader or some type of boss. That shows you what they want. When somebody comes around and they're telling you how great they are, that means that they're not in it for the movement. They're not in it for the work. They're in it for the recognition. If somebody's in it for the recognition, they're not in it for the people. So it all goes hand in hand. These folks was just rappers. That's why when you listen to their spaces sound like Rap City. You feel me? These guys is up in here bickering, fussing, cussing. They can barely speak. You know what I'm saying? They in terms of everything that they say, it pretty much has like one subject. They can't go no further. They don't talk anything deep. They don't talk about anything that's real. They don't talk about anything of substance. We sit here and have real substance. The FBA United Space we had. Our sister JL was in there. Afro Elite, Beatzilla, Nordos, you were in there. My brother Torian Reigns. We started off talking about reparations. We started talking about immigration. I mean, we went in depth. I mean, they had like 4,000 views in a week, and then it did another, 2,000-3,000 on Twitter. And we ended up talking about spirituality at the end. And everybody's involved. They don't talk about that. Only thing they talk about is delineate. Half of them can barely even pronounce it, or they chop the damn word up 17. There's not 17 syllables in delineate. Okay, there's not 17 syllables. So it take you that long to get the word out and they just don't say it. It sounds like they're the people that y'all know would read the dictionary and then try to find words and then they try to recycle it, but they really can't even say it properly. That's what ends up happening. So this shows you again, these rappers and these loving hip hop folks, they're not really in it for the, the movement. They're not really in it for the Black empowerment. They're not really in it for foundational Black Americans. And you can't have a table where you got real FBAs focusing on real FBA business. And then you got some other folks who want to goddamn be like the Migos or be like the Baby or be like goddamn whatever rapper of this week. That's what they are. That's why their spaces look like a goddamn rap concert and our spaces look like real bosses making boss moves, having boss decisions. I'll toss it back to you, brothers.
The one thing that tripped me out is the energy and vibrato that people always consistently come with when you are always trying to get somebody else to listen to your message. It's like either these people are bad hustlers or bad salespeople. Because again, you want somebody to help you, you got to get attention to whatever you're doing. Because the kind of attention that you want, people had to work for that. People had to get that. They had to, and here's the truth of the matter. Majority of the people who have audiences did not start their audiences on social media. The audience come to social media because you already have a track record of work. So I think that's something that often goes overlooked. With that being said, I see John Horse has his hand up. You can go ahead and unmute yourself, brother. You got it.
Oh, man. Y'all just gotta excuse me right now. I'm over here crying, bro. I ain't got no motherfucking air in my lungs, boy. Damn. I don't know if this nigga Tariq was a comedian before, nigga, or what, nigga, but he need to do stand-up, bro. My ass is weak, bro. I'm over here crying, bro. Damn. Whew. I'ma just keep it short, bro. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? This is needed. This Black empowerment thing is fun, bro. But yeah, we just got a clean house, bro. And I'll just land there, bro.
Yo, the what was that? The Titanic, the Titanic flew. Yo, that soundbite of the
Hey,
weekend.
my brother put out the Celine Dion. He put out the Celine Dion.
I can't deal. It's too early.
Oh man,
that, bro. I can't deal, bro. God.
Oh man, that's rough, boy. Rich and then Town Biz. Go ahead, Rich.
Somebody said we all ain't gonna get along. That's true. I don't like Black Alpha, Afro, Beatzilla. I don't like none of them niggas. But you won't know I don't like them niggas. I ain't gonna go on the timeline and tweet and text and put out private text messages, private phone calls. I ain't gonna do none of that. I'm not gonna like them, but it's gonna be behind closed doors. We ain't all gonna get along. Like, we're dealing with real life stuff. We got bills that's due. We got a recession right now. Like, there's so many things that not only other people are dealing with, not even black people, but us. We're special. We're a special case. So whatever the world is dealing with, we're dealing with it 10 times worse. And then you got to add on top of that, we're the only group of black people on this planet that are, when something happens to like a non-conscious black person, we're the one that step up for them. Like, when something happened, why you think Young Thug, he's trying to signal to us, hey, I need some assistance. No, we're not giving you any assistance, because when you had your freedom, when you could have helped the black grassroots out, you didn't do that. You told us Mike Brown is not any of your concerns. You focused on having fun and partying. The black grassroots, we're the ones that put in work for the non-conscious black people out there, the ones that don't care about racism. Racism don't exist. We're the ones that do that. We're the ones that make the block hot for them. When the white supremacists kill one of these, when these race soldiers kill another black person, and that black person was like, oh, racism don't exist, I'm gonna get me a white girl. We're the ones that put in the work. So we're not all of us are not gonna get along. We're human beings. But guess what? If we're not getting along at the moment, there's no need for you to go on the damn timeline and tell the whole timeline, I ain't getting along with Rich. Like, my nigga, keep that between us right now. If you could throw some subs at me, you could throw some subliminals, go ahead. Just don't put my name on it. You get what I'm saying? Like, you ain't got to put my name on it. I know you're upset right now. I may be upset, but that's private information. Keep it on the low. If we beefing right now, I ain't got no problem with that. And one thing about me, I can separate issues. I can classify issues. If it's a big issue, if you a snitch in the hood, that's no passes. If you a rapist in the hood, that's no passes. But if you talking about behind my back, or you done some sneaky shit, I could get past that. Those things, we could get past that. We could talk about that. We could talk our way out of that. But when you start doing, like Tariq Nasheed said, you start talking about people, kids, you start doxing people, I can't forgive you for shit like that. There's a no passes rule when it comes in the streets. Ain't no passes for that. When you rape somebody, when you murder somebody, when you do certain shit, I can't get past. But little petty stuff, we gonna disagree. That's cool. But we gotta agree to disagree in a professional, respectable way. A professional, respectable way. All of us had issues in the back end. Me and Afro had issues. Me and Black Alpha had issues. But guess what? They didn't go on the timeline and go tweet, fuck that nigga Rich. When I see him, I'm gonna smack him upside his head. Now, they might have been thinking that, but they didn't go on the timeline telling you and being a chatty patty. They wasn't being a chatty patty about it. I might have wanted to throw the hands with Afro once or twice, but you not gonna know about it. You ain't gonna know. That's between me and Afro. He gonna yell at me on the phone, yo, Rich, you out of line. You should have never said that. I'm gonna yell at him, nah, fuck you, nigga, da-da-da-da-da-da. But you not gonna know. Because that's how real adults move. We keep it that behind closed doors. That has nothing to do with nobody in here. Why? Because guess who's bigger than me and Afro and Black Alpha? And you know who's bigger than us? The code. The code that these niggas, that word that they like to use, that's what's bigger than our beef, us beefing right now. That's what's bigger than that. How you mentioning Nearly Fuller every single sentence? The code is the leader. Stay on code, stay on code, stay on code. But you dissing him at the same damn time. How does that work? In one sentence, the code is the leader. In another sentence, fuck Nearly Fuller. I don't listen to old niggas. How you say that in one sentence? How does that work? You either rock with the dude or you don't. But it's the same shit over and over again. They take words and they take the word and whatever they want the word to mean, that's what it means. The word was B1. They looked at the word B and the number 1 and they turned that shit into Black American First. The shit says B1. Where do you see black? Where do you see an A between the B and the 1? Where do you see an A between the B and the 1? Oh, I was on code. Oh, that word on code been out here since the 1980s. That's a damn lie. Sony, I'm talking to you. White supremacy, the word white supremacy, that came from Neely Fuller's book. Then Tariq Nasheed read the book and then he made it global. But the word white supremacy, Neely Fuller been saying that word since the 1980s. Him and Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, they both been saying that word since the 1980s. Before it was popular, Tariq Nasheed took that word and made it global. I'm about giving respect and putting respect on people's name. When you put in a certain amount of work, I put respect on your name. I'm not gonna forget you or take your work and make it seem like I did it. No. If Afro put in some work, I'm gonna mention your name. I'm not gonna be like, oh, somebody else did it or we did it. No. Whoever is responsible for putting in that work deserve your props. Neely Fuller deserves his props. He the one that put on code on the map. On code on the map. He the one that put the code is the leader on the map. He did that. That man is 90 years old and he's still putting in work. Could you name me another black man in his 90s still putting in work against white supremacy? Most of our elders, they all they want to do is fucking retire and live off their pension. They're not talking about no white supremacy. Neely Fuller did that. Put some respect on his damn name. If you're going to say the code is the leader, if you're going to say staying on code, put some respect on his name. If Afro put in some work, put some respect on his name. Black Alpha put in some work, put some respect on his name. Beatzilla, I'm going to put respect on his name. Whatever work he put in. Don't try to steal people's shit and then remix shit. That's you a damn thief. When I used to steal stuff in my house, my mother used to call me Mr. Sticky Fingers. That's what you are. Mr. and Mrs. Sticky Fingers. Your fingers are sticky. You got glue all over. Everything you touch, you remix it, you fuck it up, you lie, you steal. Put some respect on the people that deserve respect. You talking about, oh, rich is a tether, rich is this, rich is that. How rich is a damn tether, but rich is putting more respect on Neely Fuller than you are. I'm putting more respect on your lineage than you are. I'm putting more respect on Tariq Nasheed than you are. I'm putting more respect than Jason Black than you are. But Rich is a damn tether. Okay, so if Rich is a tether, pull up the tweets that Rich was talking crazy about FBA. Could you pull that up? Because I ask people hundreds of times, could you pull that up? Because I could pull up tweets or you disrespecting people you should have respect for.
Hey, brother Rich. Rich, let me ask you that. I need you to work with me on this one, family. Let me run through some names, family, and tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay, brother? Okay, well, let's go through the list of who they disrespected since we talk about disrespect, okay? Did they disrespect Neely Fuller?
Yes.
Did they disrespect Jason Black?
Yes.
Did they disrespect Tariq Nasheed?
Yes.
If somebody disrespect those three brothers, what would you call them?
There's so much names in the books to call them. I got names for. I will call them so much.
So it's safe to say to everybody listening right now, all 280 people in this room, it's safe to say if somebody is coming into the community and disrespecting the pillars of the community who have documented put on work. I'm not talking about putting badges on your shirt like they have. I'm not talking about a Twitter space like they do. I'm talking about people who are well respected by everybody, people who have put it on the line for everybody, people whose work is documented from day one. If somebody comes in the community and they start disrespecting those people, would you ever trust any of them? I already know the answer before I even ask the question. It's a big hell no. A big hell no. And then I would say this, it's the equivalent of somebody coming in your house and disrespecting your mother, disrespecting your father. They didn't wipe their feet on the goddamn mat at the door. They didn't say hello to nobody. They done bumped the goddamn dog when they walked in, knocked the kid out the goddamn little stroller and shit. This is the type of energy. So when somebody disrespects those three pillars of the community in which we all respect, That's disrespecting the movement. And if you disrespecting the movement, then you're disrespecting everybody in the movement. That's exactly the way the game is.
Wasn't ADOS on the same tip? Didn't ADOS disrespect Dr. Francis Cress Wilson? Wasn't they doing the same shit?
They disrespected Dr. Claude Anderson as well.
Yep.
Exactly. Wasn't they doing the same shit? I would never disrespect, even if I disagree with Dr. Claude Anderson, I'm going to keep that shit in private. That nigga put in too much work for me to call him out his damn name. Your resume got to be long for you to call out certain people. You got to be in the streets for a long time. Like Tariq Nasheed just said, you got to be in a certain weight class. And I know I ain't in that weight class. That's one thing about me. I know what I am and I know what I'm not. And I know my resume is not long enough for me to be calling out no Dr. Claude Anderson or Tariq Nasheed or Jason Black. When your resume get as long as them, then you could start calling them out. You ain't in the same weight class as them. They've been putting in work before we was even born.
Dr. Claude Anderson, bro, put his whole entire life on the line for reparations, bro. 60 damn years, bro. 60. You know what I mean? I mean, dude, like, he literally, dog, like, we wouldn't be having a conversation about reparations, bro, if it was not for that man, bro. Him laying out the blueprint, bro. He literally put his life on the line for this shit. You know what I mean? I'm talking about all the way to you know what I'm saying, to elderly age, and he's still doing it because he still believes that we can get it, bro. You know what I'm saying? So the disrespect, remember, Jason Black said there's a difference between elders and old niggas. You're not gonna disrespect the elders. You're not gonna disrespect Dr. Claude Anderson and Neely Fuller and Dr. Cress Wilson, bro. Like, nobody's gonna do that shit. Period.
Brother, I'm glad you said that. Let me say this right now. This right here, this moment, everything that's went on this, last few days, it's actually a very good thing. It's a very good thing. And I'm going to tell people why. This situation, if you notice, anytime we spot people who are off code, it makes the code even stronger. The quickest way to understand who's certified is to see who's counterfeit. And right now, that line has been drawn right in the sand. And a lot of people on this panel, and then as well as our, brothers and sisters on the big stage, they've identified it as well. So since we sit here and we identify these individuals who are disrespectful, since we sit here and we identify these people who are off code and trying to derail the movement, we done put that line in the sand. And now it makes it even more clear that this movement is strong. This family tree is strong. And those who do not belong on this family tree or anywhere in our vicinity gonna get their asses booted out. That sound y'all hear, that was Tariq Nasheed running their ass off the block. And you still hear they goddamn feet shuddering as they running because their asses done got ran off the block. And this is why I say it's beautiful, because let's be real. All of us right here, I don't care how old you are, we're all part of the era where they took our old ancestors back in the day and they remixed them. They don't talk about Martin Luther King saying we're going to come get our check. They make Martin Luther King sound like he was somebody who came out here and just loved white folks and didn't care about black folks. They went out there and they took the Black Panther Party and tried to make them sound like they were some militant group that didn't feed children and didn't help the community. They took Malcolm X and tried to make him like he was Thanos. We have all seen what they do to our elders, what they do to our pillars, and we right now are taking a stand saying that shit ain't flying in this era. This era is different. If you disrespect Dr. Claude Anderson, you getting your ass checked on sight. Not 15 years later. Not our kids are going to do it when they get older. No, we're going to do it right now. If you disrespect Neely Fuller, you getting your shit checked right now. You disrespect Jason Black, you disrespect Tariq Nasheed, anybody. I don't give a damn who it is. If it's somebody that we respect, it's somebody that is a pillar in the community, we're not going to wait for the next generation to G-check it. We're going to check that shit in real time. And we're all watching it happen in real time. Our people out here holding it down. Our people out here putting in that work. And anybody who's out of line or out of pocket, getting their ass ran off the block, getting their ass ran off the field, and getting their ass chased out the fucking paint. And that's the way it is, and that's the way it has to be. I seen Town Biz, you had your hand up, then my sister JL, and then we can just keep spinning around and keep on giving that certified work. Go ahead, family.
It was good points that you made. And they also was disrespectful of Connie too, that day that that room was up. I go into these rooms, I pop in and out, I'll listen. But what I do is I'll sit there with a pen and a pad, and like per se, the room we're in now, if any of you guys just, throwing some good game out there, I'm going to write it down. That's what I do. I write it down. I go back over it later on. And, I just try to put it all together, and I just kind of keep it. That's like my little game diary that I have here in my house. And, you know, I was in that room, and my thing is, not only do I take down, you know, good game, I take down bad game. I take down, you know, names. I'm writing names down because my thing is, I don't want to, you know, friend somebody or you know, in these rooms or on Twitter, and you know, they're totally against, you know, the B1 movement. And you know, I've had to block and unfollow a lot of people because, you know, 1 minute they're talking B1 and, you know, yada yada yada, and then the next minute they like, you know, fuck Tariq and fuck this person, and it's just like, damn, you know. And my thing is, why I write down some of the things I write, I'm trying to find out, like with some of these folks, where the vitriol and the hate is coming from. And it's so funny. It seems like it's so something, you know, so difficult to figure out and whatever, but it is what it is. It's very simple. It's just that elephant that's, you know, in the room that actually in Tariq's room that just, you know, happened. It wasn't addressed. It's just the simple pocket watching of Tariq. They're looking at him. You know, he's a charismatic man. You know, he makes it look easy. You know, when he says, I'm going to do something, he does it. And a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people don't, you know, their word, they don't keep. So he keeps his word. He's up here making puppets and cartoons and you know, going to the Revolt Summit, and they're not liking it. You know, like I said, they said some things about Connie, and it just went. I was like, okay, I write it down. Like, okay, why would they have anything against her? Because she's been straight about everything that I've been, you know, hearing, and it just comes down to, oh, her looks, you know, she's pretty. Oh, you know, trying to throw her age out there. So it's just straight up the typical street hating, you know, thing that we get constantly, you know, in these rooms, you know, and my thing is, they ran me out months ago, even I think before they was even Security Tribe. And my thing is, I try to, you know, empower myself with intelligence and creativity. And my thing is, man, if they're not bringing it like that, any room, I'm going to bounce up out of it. Like I said, I want to be gamed up. And, you know, when they get into the rooms, they're just sitting there. They're just kind of babbling or arguing amongst each other. They're just, you know, and, you know, like Tariq said, all that I'm gonna get you sucker jive shit that they, you know, man, I'm well into my 50s, man. You know, some of this shit I can't bear no more. You know, I can't. And you know, I do sometimes want to get in the rooms and talk to them and tell them certain things. But, you know, my thing is this: they're not gonna sit there and disrespect me and call me one of them old niggas. You know, when I'm trying to throw them some game, because my thing is, I'm gonna tell them straight up, hey man, look, you guys need to learn some discipline, and that's it. Just learn some discipline. You can't just you know. You can't just get up if you want to be a hoop player. You just can't grab a basketball, get out there on the court, and think you're gonna be, you know, good. You're gonna have to work up to it. Tariq, Professor Black Truth, Black Authority, whatever, they've been doing this shit for a long time. And you know, and I go back and look at some of my timelines. I'm going, God damn, I've been following Tariq since like 2009, 10. Didn't even know it. That's how long it's been going on. So they've been putting in the work. They've been putting it in. You know, they maybe make it seem easy. It ain't, especially when you have a family. Because I got a family, and this shit is fucking ridiculously hard to deal with. I got 6 family members. You know, my damn hip hurt right now. You know, and I'm still trying to stay connected to, you know, to my folks here in these rooms, trying to stay connected to the streets, trying to do this thing. And it's a very, very disrespectful thing when you sit there and you're just trying to get clout. You're trying to sit up here and say, well, why isn't this man doing X, Y, and Z? Now, I personally Tariq, I swear, about a week and a half ago, he shouted out Yaya in one of his rooms. He shouted her out, and so this is why when I was in the room the other day, I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" You know, like what's going on? You know, I was already kind of leery of her when she put up that Confederate flag, and it was like, "This is my flag." I was like, "Man, this bitch crazy." You know, I was like, "This bitch is insane." You know, putting up a Confederate flag. And like I said, they ran me up out, you know, over some silly shit because I think I brought up college or some shit, and they just ran me up out. And I was like, I ain't gonna sit up here and argue with y'all because my thing is, I want to be respected. I'm not gonna sit up here and over talk you, and I'm not. And one thing, I'm not going back and forth arguing with a woman. But you know, I don't know their angle. I'm still trying to figure it out. I mean, I know it's the pocket watching, that's what it is, but I think it's just a clout that they just want to kind of cut the line and just get up there. And my thing with their whole pull up or rally or whatever you want to call it, you know, I was kind of following it, but it was kind of all over the place. So I couldn't really, it was like putting out fires. I couldn't keep up with it. And then when I started seeing pictures and videos of, red, black, and green and guns and shit, because my thing is, you know, I'm here in Oakland, and I've had family members that were Panthers and whatever. And my thing is, the biggest downfall of any organization, any movement, is that we do not vet the people. And this is why I be writing down names like, okay, we got to vet. And that's just my little pet peeve is you got to vet the folks. So if somebody's talking greasy over here, and then they come in like they did yesterday with Tyreek, and it was like, oh, hey, Tyreek, you know, it's all good, man. When I sat there, wrote the name down, and they was like, fuck that nigga in the shiny suit. And I was like, oh, shit. Okay, let me write that shit down. And it was another, you know, it was fools bouncing in and out. Fuck them, and you know, I'd write it down. I'm just like, okay, this name here, whatever. We gotta vet who was around us. That's just the biggest thing because you know, I've heard stories of, you know, the Panthers. They had. I don't want to say her name, but she came into the organization, pretty woman, ex-stripper, came in there. She caused havoc in hell. I just seen her like a couple days ago.
Angela Davis.
Well, her too. But this one came in, and this is how Huey got hooked on coke and all this other shit. You know, and they were all fighting, and she was sleeping. She slept with Huey. She slept with oh my goodness, my other man. I forgot his name right at the moment.
David Hilliard. David Hilliard.
Him. The one Black Authority has posted up. Goddamn.
Eldridge Cleaver.
Eldridge Cleaver. Yeah, she was running through them all, and then what happened is
is her initials EB?
Yeah.
All right, I knew you were talking about that.
So and I saw the other day. You know, she's in Cost Plus. You know, she living her best life now. Motherfuckers dead. They dead. And she living her best life. And see, and that's and you know, and it's not a woman thing or man thing. I'm not trying to bring any gender divide or anything in this, but this is the stuff you have to look at. You'll have a woman come in, she'll kick up dust, and we see it in cities and neighborhoods all across America, these old ass hood rats, and let's just be honest, they be kicking up dust because I'm dealing with one right now that's messing with my family, and they send out their badass fucking kids thinking, you know, oh I got the baddest ass kids on the planet and they tough and they, you know, they killers, while the straight shooters, the ones that's trying to live their lives and trying to be for black folks, they the ones that strapped up, ready to go. Because I know I'm ready to go. And they're gonna get their kids murdered. And that's basically what's going on with this whole security trial. You know, it's like the mama sending out the badass kids to do the dirty work while, you know, she sit there with her hands clean, and the kids are catching the strays. That's what's happening. This is why you had these mamas on the news talking about, oh man, my baby ain't didn't hurt nobody, ain't did nothing. No, you sent your badass kid out there and you caught the goddamn strays, and now you're gonna have to deal with it. I mean, you know, I didn't think it was gonna come to this, but it did. It happened. The house cleaning is good. I got the names. I'm sitting here right now going through them, and I'm going through my list of who might be on that list, and I'm just knocking them off because I just need the B1 energy. I need the game. I need some intelligent shit so I can pass it on to my kids and my family and let them know. A lot of us is new to this. A lot of us are still coming in. So it's, we don't need that confusion and being, some people going over here, some people going over there. We need to be pretty much on the same train, on that track, going down that road with no stops. I'll land my plane. Thank you for letting me speak.
Appreciate you, brother. Our sister JL and then sister Sean. And Afro and B-Zilla, I don't know if you guys want to hop in quick.
No. Go ahead, JL. You got it.
Thank you. I was going to get up here and pretend that I was asleep for the past couple of days and be like, what happened, family? I just, I missed it all. I hope they're just focusing on delineation and reparations, but that gives me PTSD. I literally can't stomach it. But I wanted to give some of you a flashback from the past of what I've been seeing all year. Black Alpha, I'm shout out to you, shout out to your transparency, and you always have been transparent about this, but I think last night, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but you kind of got your wake-up call when somebody accused you of being Nino Black. So these are how outlandish the lies are, and you can't make it up. You can't even fathom it until it happens to you. So what they're used to doing in spaces, y'all, and this is just like the game, they will make up the most outlandish lies about you so that you want to enter the room, right, and want to clear your name, and then they start the energy vampire game, dance with you, because they know they can only beat you with that mute button, right? A lot of these people are remedial. They can't debate. They claim to debate, okay? Someone shouted out spirituality, metaphysics. That's something JL focuses on. I've never heard anybody over on that side ever talk about that, so that was new to me. I'm glad that in this age of Aquarius, everybody is waking up and our consciousness, are rising. I think that these are things that people have always really noticed, but I think one downside of our community, I think, when something happens to a big name, I mean, forget the rest of us, we're chopped liver, right? You can see it happen to 30 regular people, but now that it's happening to Tariq and it happened to Jason Black, I mean, now we all have to, I mean, and it's a good thing. It is, because I think that sometimes we do need that leadership, and of course we know that Tariq is not a leader, but just him kind of drawing that line in the sand, I do think it emboldened others to do that. So I do think we need that in the community as well. But I do think just as regular individuals, we need to be able to look on a individual basis and kind of see how people are being treated, because we have to understand that it's not just happening to that person, but you can be next. And we've kind of seen that domino effect, at least I have, in spaces where it's like nothing was a problem to that person, nothing was a problem to that person until it was an individual problem, and then it was like, oh, that's a problem. So it almost happened like a domino effect. And see, what is happening now is there are so many people over the app that have been affected by the same, particular group of people, like dominoes, that really this was the only thing this is the only way that we could have ended up, in my opinion. But yeah, shout out to these high vibrational spaces. I've said it once, I will continue to say it, peep the energy and how you feel when you leave these spaces. Do you feel energized? Do you feel like, wow, like I really feel like I, exchange knowledge with other individuals on my level? Or do you feel drained? Do you feel challenged? Watch out for how you feel when you leave these spaces. So that is what I love about your spaces, Black Alpha. Shout out to Afro, Beatzilla, just all the people that, stayed solid before it was popular. Because, I haven't been seeing all that my whole life. A lot of people kind of go along with the crowd until it's popular to feel another way. And I have to be honest about that. But yeah, one thing that I have to say is be comfortable with your, being who you are, and be comfortable with, as time going on, you don't have to respond back to every diss. You don't have to, respond back to every lie that is said about you, because 9 times out of 10, people that are focused on you to that level actually are looking up to you. In fact, I've actually heard too many people that quote unquote don't like JL use JL's exact talking points. And it's actually kind of creepy, but I take it with, heavy's the head that wears the crown. This is what I tell a lot of natural born leaders out here that unfortunately, others, they don't necessarily have your mind. They don't necessarily have your originality. So sometimes what people have to do is they have to act like, oh, there's a problem with you, but there's not a problem with me if you're learning from me. If I actively see you learning from me, and actually, I can actually take that and give you grace, because maybe there is something about me that, maybe you want to get to know me more, but it's easier to attack. Again, the opposite of hate is the opposite of love is not hate, it is indifference. So when I'm indifferent to people, you know, I'm happy with, again, how my truth has aged. I've kind of moved away from people. They have a problem, a trauma, you know, a trauma bond to me, I guess, who I used to be back when I cared. But see, I'm indifferent. That doesn't mean I love people. That doesn't mean I hate people. I'm indifferent. And I had to vibrate a little higher because the environment that I was in and the stuff that I was seeing around me, see, it was starting to get my vibrations low. And I was starting to take low vibrational shots, and I was starting to align with other people's karma that had nothing to do with me. And when I took myself out of those situations, I still got a little low vibration that I'm still shaking off to this day. But I bet you I've rise to the top, and my consciousness has rise right along with it. And I've attracted the people that were actually for me. So that's just a tip to everyone. You don't have to settle for the first thing that you're given, the first sign of community, the first sign of friends, the first sign of love. Because if you know that you deserve more, I'm telling you, if you have that faith to let something go and say, you know what, this doesn't fit me, I'm going to wait and I'm going to see what actually does fit me, you will get blessed with more than you can imagine. And oftentimes it's the people that settle for the first thing that they are given, or the first thing that they think is popular, or the first thing that they think is going to go somewhere, that are end up out here stranded, nowhere to go, because that's not faith, that's not believing yourself, that's not believing God. And at the end of the day, the reason that it could be 1,000 people against JL, and I say my name like that because sometimes you hear it, right? JL, almost like celebrity status. No, I'm just a regular woman, and I'm out here moving with the strength of faith. It's not just me, it's God. That is what people feel. That is what intimidates them. It is not my looks. It is the fact that I have a self-assured faith, and you can't find that faith anywhere but within. So yes, when I come in a room and I speak my truth and I let people know, hey, I don't hate you, but I don't agree with that. Sometimes your criticism, you're very giving people criticism that actually is trying to help them because you see that they might want growth. They will turn that into their making you their enemy because they aren't used to it. They aren't used to people that are helping them grow. That's the thing. Sometimes they're not used to that love. They're not used to that tough love. Okay, let's make a solution out of this problem. Some people don't like that. That alone will offend them. And you know, it doesn't matter. You have to go through life being who you are. And yeah, just shout out to everyone that's okay with being who they are and letting that age well, and letting people, you know, say what they want and standing on your square and before everybody believes you. Fuck them, you know, at this point. If people aren't attracted to your vibration, then you know what? They probably weren't meant for you, and they might not even be on your level. And I'll land there.
All right.
We got a few people. We got a few people. I was just trying to request people in there. I think next order goes, and it goes Sister Sean, Dewan B, Georgia, and then I don't know how to pronounce your name, but let me just piggyback off of what JL said. People, you move with integrity and you do the right thing, no matter if you're the only one doing it. Okay? You're not entitled to anything. You're supposed to move in righteousness, and that's how you do not block your blessings. This is the result of people blocking their blessings. These people did not deserve to go viral. These people weren't around years before I can see if they were struggling to put in work and they deserved it. They didn't deserve to go viral. They were blessed and they were given something. And that shows you what happens when you give people things that they're not ready for, when you give people things that they do not deserve. Then they start to feel entitled. They're getting mad that the new black media didn't shout them out. First off, you guys were supposed to shout us. You were supposed to cover this. You were supposed to cover this. Why do they feel so entitled? As the new black media we're not obligated for anything. The new black media isn't obligated to cover any specific subject or any specific person. We don't have to cover, just because it's reparations don't mean we cover every single individual that shouts out reparations. I've never gone on anybody's platform and demanded a shout out. That's not how you do. I'm gonna say this one thing, and then I'm gonna pass it to Sister Sean. I used to call Jason Black back in 2018, and I would use my real first name. And then I started my YouTube channel,
And I was thinking about, oh, let me call up and say it's Afro Elite instead of my real name. I decided not to do that. So now, from now on, every time I call Jason Black, I use my real name. Some of you guys still recognize me anyway, because I see the chat room. Y'all recognize my voice, but I still use my real name because I don't want it to come off like I'm trying to shout myself out on his platform, because that's disrespectful. I don't ask for a shout out. I don't ask to be mentioned by anybody or to be praised by anybody. I do that. All of the work that I've done, all of the audience that I've built, I built that because of the work that I have done. Any shout out that anybody has given me, I greatly appreciate that, but it's never been because I've asked for it. It's always been because you all have seen the quality of my work. You all have seen the quality of the content, and you on your own volition decided to give me a shout out. That's the way things are supposed to work. And you damn sure don't have you shouldn't feel entitled enough to get upset with somebody for not giving you the shout out that you feel you deserve, because Tariq did actually give you a shout out multiple times, to be honest. But the entitlement is crazy with that group, and that shows that they didn't deserve to go viral in the first place. But with that being said, I guess we can pass this to Sister Sean.
Wow, so much going on. Peace, power, reparations, or die. Here's my analysis on it. I've been kind of following it for a couple days, doing the best I can. But I would like to tell the space and the people that this is a classic example. What we're witnessing in real time is what I would call the generational gap. All right, that's how I feel. And everything that you hear me say on this space is my personal opinions, not influenced by anybody else. It is a generational gap. And through that generational gap, I will take responsibility as being part of that generation as not teaching the people below us. So I'm going to take that L, but I do it the best I can with what I know. And what I saw and what has transpired is that we've got an issue where we've got a few people that are they're more interested in power versus the people. They're more interested in power than the people. But at the same time, I'm going to speak up. I'm not going to let those people who went out there, I don't care how small the numbers are, I'm not going to diminish their work, because work is work. And we already know it only takes a mustard seed of faith to get a mountain and to get a movement. But I don't want to totally discard those people who gave their effort, their faith, their momentum, and their excitement towards this movement. I'm not going to do that. I think there were a couple of bad apples, but people stepped up in good faith. And I'm not going to throw them away, and I'm not going to throw them under the bus. I think with that movement, let me just full transparency. Let me just take you, because I don't fake in spaces. I told people, Chef C, I know him personally. He's a good guy, and he does a whole lot of things outside of what he does in this advocacy thing, and he's trying to he's organizing everything, but he's another man outside of organization.
Hey,
So,
not to cut you off, I hate to, but there's some people who've been DMing me. They don't have a lot of time to speak, so they wanted to, if you can land real quick, and if we can circle back around to you, so other people can speak before they have to leave.
I don't have a problem with that, but I haven't even gotten close to landing. But if you want to make me land so quickly, I don't have a problem with that.
No, I just want to be respectful to everybody's time, so they can say what they have to say and then leave. We're not kicking you off of the stage or anything.
Okay, I think I have something that's important to say. So what I'm saying is that, yeah, what we've got to understand is that there's a generational gap, right? And there's a lot of levels to this, right? One that I see for expectation, right? There was some sort of hyper expectation as to what the new black media was supposed to do for these events. And I think it's the generational gap where they didn't understand and get the signal that you were actually getting kind of promoted. Now, anything but, behind the scenes, I don't know about. What I don't know, I don't know. But all I know is what I see. And what I see is that I'm not going to throw all these people under the bus for a few bad apples. And I know Chef C, and I'm going to put my neck out here. He is a good man. And not only does he advocate, he does a lot of stuff behind the scenes. Now, we've got, you got to check your leadership, because the leadership is out here being, reckless. And, I don't condone, you're not going to be sitting up here, threatening people and talking reckless about people and about people's children, right? And then another thing that I have a problem with, and I'll go toe to toe with that person, you guys are going to know who I'm talking about. And, it just is what it is. We got to lay shit on the table. That's what we're talking about, laying shit on the table. Here's what I have a problem with, and I would tell the men and women in any so-called group. I'm not a part of the group. I'm a freedman. That's what I identify as, right? But, anybody that's asking yourself, I'm nobody's mama, right? And I would just say, anybody that is asking you to be the mama, if you only got one mama, and give your mama your
sister Sean, we got a line. We got a few other people that want to speak.
Right. Well, you only have one mama, and you need to respect your mother. That's all I'm saying. And I think that it's kind of odd to be calling anybody your mama that isn't your mama. I don't care what your mama did to you in your life. You got mama issues or daddy issues. So that's something that really needs to be reflected on. And
I fully agree. I fully agree. Thank you very much for that. Dewan B, you can go. So, thank you, Sister Sean. You can stay up on the stage, but Dewan B, you can go ahead.
What's up? Can y'all hear me clearly? Cool. Yeah, I wanted to say, like, man, thank y'all for Black Alpha, Afro Elite, Beatzilla, all y'all. I love listening to you, brother, spread wisdom. It's unfortunate what's going on because, I see why, now Jason Black and people like that wait before they, give props and things like that. Because I know I went ahead and I made sure I shouted them out and shouted what was going on overall this past weekend. And because I participated here in LA. But even in LA, it was no secure the tribe hashtags anywhere. So for them to expect somebody who halfway go in their spaces to know what it was is just utterly ridiculous because no one even brought up secure the tribe when we were here in LA talking about it. We were talking about reparations, and then when it was done, Connie and I, Nordos, we stayed for like 2 hours just talking about what's next. You know what I mean? And not once did their hashtag come up. It's just a lot of individuals out there who wanted to see change in our city because we see what the gentrification is doing to us. And so for them to go around and do that, and I had just given credit on my show, and I don't regret it, in some ways because there still are great people with honest individual hearts within that hashtag. But I was in that room when it flipped. I was listening because I hadn't done Twitter Spaces all weekend. Me and my wife been in wine country. I was not tripping on Twitter Spaces. But my first Twitter Space all weekend was actually that room. And I was in there, then she just flipped on Tariq and then Marcel. And I want to shout out Marcel because the way Marcel handled that, Marcel handled that with such with dignity and with grace. And he could have gone hard, but he still had a respectful tone to him. So I gotta salute Marcel. But it just goes to show that, you know what I mean? We all here, we all, just because you have an honest heart, don't mean everybody else do. And you know what I mean? And so it's just like, the whole credit thing, there is no credit for being a public servant. The credit is the reward that you get from it, the tangible reward, not somebody saying thank you. And anybody that wanted to help people out, anybody that want to do things for people, if you're doing things for people for a thank you and for acknowledgement and shout out, I just respectfully stop wasting our fucking time. Like, we don't have time for that right there. You know what I mean? And I still don't have any personal issues. I'm not tripping on the division either. I'm not one of them to say we should come together. I think division is good. I'm fine with it. And when people crack jokes, I'm going to laugh my ass off. I know we can't all come together. But for everybody else who's not directly a part of it, man, we just got to stay focused. We got to start planning our next steps. We got to move forward. And anybody who ain't about moving forward and they want clout and they want attention, then, let them get the attention. And when the attention is funny and it comes in a way of a puppet or something like that, let's all have a good laugh. And then let's get back to focusing. But I love all y'all, man, for real. Let's just make sure our heart is right. If your heart is right, you ain't tripping on no goddamn attention. With that, I'm done. Thanks.
Appreciate that. Hey, man, that's my brother right there, man. Dewan B, stay with that heat, man. We appreciate you, family. Brother Zilla, you want to chime in?
I'm in motion right now. I'm going to get back in a second.
All right, Brother Afro, go ahead, family.
I fully agree. This is, first off, it's about morality. Let's be honest with this. The reason why we're fighting white supremacy, the main reason, is because our people are facing injustice. It's immoral. It's not just because we want to live comfortably in the world. It's because this world right now is governed by immoral people who are self-centered and who are oppressing our race of people. And we won't allow that to happen. Not because I don't want it, but because it's immoral. When Harriet Tubman went back, and she wasn't the only one, but when Harriet Tubman went back to free other slaves after she ran away and after she got free, that was due to her morality. She didn't have to go back and sacrifice herself or risk her life. That was incredibly heroic, brave, and dangerous what she did, because she viewed slavery as something that was immoral. She didn't think about, oh, well, you know what? I got free, so I'm just gonna do me. I'm just gonna live my life as a free woman. She said, no. What's happening to my people over at that plantation? That's immoral, and I will do what I can do to end that. And she did. When you had slave revolts, Tariq is making a Maroon movie about people who fought against slavery, not just for themselves, but they were going around burning up other plantations and freeing other slaves. And not because they knew them, not because they were their friends or they were in their clique or their group, because they saw slavery as something that was immoral. So that's the number one core as to what keeps us motivated to keep fighting against this system of white supremacy, is the fact that we have a moral compass that will not sit peacefully with this evil living in this world and governing society.
Facts, brother. Can y'all hear me? Because I'm outside right now. I just wanted to say something. I wanted to say something real quick about one thing with this. I hear and understand how people have personal relationships. You got to understand, when those people call out people to whom they don't know as adult men, they are solely responsible for whatever they do. So if somebody actually chooses not to have a relationship with them after that, in this case, that would be Chef C, you got to just accept that that's where we at with it. Because he put his foot in his mouth as far as when it comes to new black media, not us.
And if Chef C's paperwork is good, we all got eyes, we all got ears, we all got feet. We can tell. And don't nobody got to come up here and check his paperwork and vouch for his paperwork. If the shit is good, it's just like coke. If the shit is good, when it hits the damn drug addicts system, you gonna know that coke good. So it's the same thing with everybody. If your paperwork good, if Rich paperwork, people be like, yo, why you have Rich up here speaking? Nigga, if my paperwork was bad, Black Alpha would have ran me off the block. Afro would have ran me off the block. Beatzilla would have ran me off the block. When y'all come up here and y'all say, oh, Rich, y'all in the back channel, yo, Rich paperwork is dirty. So basically what you saying is Afro and Black Alpha and Beatzilla and everybody else, they're not smart enough to check people paperwork. They're not smart enough to know when somebody's funny or fishy, or you get what I'm saying. That's basically what you're saying. You basically dissing them, like you basically saying their judgment is not good enough. That's basically what you're saying. They don't know how to judge people well, so you got to come in and judge them.
Facts. Hey, it's a roundabout way of basically saying you don't know how to check paperwork. You know what I'm saying? I'll say this though to everybody listening. When you start talking about us moving as a collective and us moving as a unit and staying on key, the main part of that is dealing with folks. When we did the FBA United Space, I sat down and it was very, very tedious. I found everybody that I had respect for, and I know others have respect for, and it was, real polite invites, and I wanted to keep it just positive. And some of the people that we talking about were the only people upset about it, and were the only people hating on it because they didn't like who was on the panel. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because we're talking about the collective. We're not worrying about people upset. I'm pretty much in the same way a lot of you guys are. We hear things, we watch them. But as our sister JL was saying, we don't always have to stop and, address every single little hater out there because that takes too much time. We too busy being positive and moving and going about the work. So even though sometimes we may stop and, G-check something, but we G-checking it on our path. We're G-checking it on the way to get our reparations, on the way to the bank. We're not stopping and, breaking everything down to address some people. Sometimes the best thing to do is be silent. As our sister said again, indifference. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's good to be indifferent to somebody. All that getting emotional and screaming and yelling, all that stuff they be doing and stuff, that's not really, a good thing. That's time wasting. That's an energy waster. We don't have time to waste energy because this is a movement that is a generational movement. And in a generational movement, you got to keep things going and keep things pushing. But the best way to do it is to surround yourself with the people that you feel are strong, the people that you like, the people you rock with. And I think we all do our best to doing that. And we all stand next to people who are real, because when it all goes down and everything goes and this generation comes and goes, you're going to remember the people that you were with. Our brother Sage said it earlier. He said when he went and did his thing, he made sure he had some folks with him, some people with him. He said brother Jason Black was looking out for him. And this is what we all do in the back channels, right here on these panels. We all look out for each other. We all hold each other down. And if we all do that, then the movement's stronger. We may have to weed out some folks from time to time, but that's a part of the movement. But at the end of the day, as long as you got your brothers and sisters next to you, that's all you got. Now, since we're here and we're talking about the new black media, I want you guys to subscribe to my brother Afro Elite's channel. Do it right now. I want you to subscribe to my brother Beatzilla's channel. Do it right now. My brother Dewan B was just up here. Subscribe to his channel right now. Kid Gravity, subscribe to him. My brother Torian Reigns, and subscribe to me, the Black Alpha Network. It takes 2 seconds. Swing on over to YouTube right now. I got 318 people in here. Swing on over there and support the new black media, because the new black media is very, very, very important. It's very important. And I never thought I'd see the time where some people are out here hating on the new black media. How you hate on the new black media? You know you got some hate in your heart. You drinking a whole goddamn cup of Gatorade, you know what I'm saying? Just you wrong. Like, I don't know how you can hate on the new black media. I just don't get it. You know what I'm saying? So people out there hating on the new black media, a lot of us rely on the new black media for I don't watch NBC, I don't watch ABC, I don't watch CNBC, I don't watch none of that. I watch my brothers, Tariq Nasheed, I watch my brother Jason Black, my brother Professor Black, I watch my brother Afro Elite, my brother Beatzilla's Torian Reigns, Kid Gravity. This is who I watch to get information. When, race soldiers are out here harming us, I'm not going to Fox News. I'm not going to CNN. I'm going to my brothers. That's where the information is going to come from. When, we're out here trying to get our reparations and push that line, I'm going to my brothers and sisters to see where the information comes from. So support the new black media. We talk about black-owned businesses. We talk about buy black. We'll also support the new black media because it's us. If anybody remembers, there was a time when we didn't have these outlets. If you go back to, our parents' generation and, the generation before, they couldn't have the access to a Tariq Nasheed, to a Jason Black. They didn't have that until the people in the second tier. These things are new to us. So we have to take advantage of the adaptation of technology, and we got to make sure that we use it. So support the new black media all the way across, and all those people talking that nonsense about the new black media, that's just noise. And at the end of the day, if Twitter Spaces was gone tomorrow, they'd be gone tomorrow. But us in the new black media, we stay strong, and I support all my brothers and sisters. Everybody knows if I see you out there, I will make sure I retweet your page. I make sure, and I sit down and watch it every week. It's like my main thing is must see TV, because I know it's for the people, by the people, and we're not trying to stand above the people. We're standing next to them. I think, I don't know if Brother
Can I add
Afro.
something really quick to that, Black Alpha? I just want to say, everyone needs to take notice. If Twitter Spaces was gone tomorrow, who would still have influence and be able to build themselves up from scratch? I want everybody to think about that and be real with yourselves, because those are the people that's been hated on the most all year. Wake up. I'll land my plane, but I just want to say that because y'all Y'all act like y'all don't know what hate and jealousy is versus somebody having a bad faith ass argument. And I'm really getting sick of that because, like, I don't know if it's like a crabs in a barrel type stuff, but y'all know when people are hating, y'all just like sit back and y'all like let it happen and y'all let them be open haters. But no, I know I have haters. I'm just humble. Go ahead.
Just to piggyback off of that, y'all act like they don't have a YouTube channel. They have a YouTube channel. It's just not popping. They hating on us because our YouTube channel gets numbers. We can go live and we can have a bunch of dozens of people in our live every single, not on the weekends. We be in the middle of the week. We have dozens of people faithfully watching, liking, subscribing, and sharing. They can't do that. They thought that they had it and they don't.
Can I say that part twice? That part to Sister JL, that part to my brother Afro Elite. Brothers, y'all can take the stage. I'm sitting back and I'm observing that because that was the facts.
Y'all 100% right about that, because at the end of the day, if YouTube is gone, and y'all can also subscribe to my show on Caffeine. I'm on the Caffeine app also, and I bring that real information to those idiots over there that's following that Caffeine app. I don't want to call all of them idiots, but you know it's a lot of people who ain't really into this. But I'm bringing this, and I bring this information over to the Caffeine app. So you can follow the YB on Caffeine and on YouTube. And it's the same thing. I love Afro Elite Show. You know, Black Alpha. I've been following Black Alpha for a long ass time. So when Black Alpha followed me back on Twitter, I was like, yeah, this is some dope shit. I got a real one follow me. That actually gave me a sense of pride when Black Alpha followed me back on Twitter. So and I got nothing but respect. We got Connie down there. Connie as a speaker, I got so much love and respect for her and the work that she puts in. We really got some people with some good hearts and some good energy. So that other stuff, man, that can't knock us to the side, man. We good. And that's all I want to say about that.
Hello. I don't know if I'm out of order. I hope I'm not, but I think I raised my hand. Is it okay to speak for just a second? I promise not to go long.
I'm gonna just bump back down because it's too much. It's too much, and I'm in a conference anyway.
All right, you can come back up if you want to, sister. I'll make sure I bump you to the front, sister, because I know you've been waiting. So if you want to speak now and then drop down, or you want to come back, it's okay either way.
I'm in I got a bunch of ladies. I'm in a conference right now. I can't.
Okay, you can come back up if you want. I'll make sure I bring you on up to the front. Go ahead, DRS1. It's all on you.
First of all, blessings to everybody, to the host and Beatzilla and Afro Elite, and to Brother Dwan B. This is Randy Short. And
Dr. Short, welcome. Peace
and blessings to everybody. Sister Sean and all the people, and Sister JL and everybody. I'm going to try to finish in like 90 seconds. A lot of people, we need to pray for people because a lot of people's heart's in the right place, but the methodology doesn't match where their heart is sometimes. And that's been a challenge in our movements. That's one. That's no excuse for bad behavior, but it can happen. That's one. Number two, I'm not saying this specifically to the controversy, but a lot of people are interested in being famous and being big. And instead of being great, instead of being a servant. And you can always tell where people are, whether they want to serve or be served, if they want to make us as a collective be greater, if they want to be the only big and bad person. I'm not making this apply to anyone. I'm just speaking. There's a scripture, jealousy is more cruel than the grave. We have a real problem of jealousy as a people. Don't be surprised if it crops up in this effort to get reparations and other things, that there's this unnecessary competition, but we can be better than that. And as well, we need to make examples of people in an intelligent and instructive way that this isn't the way we do it. We must have order. This brother that was speaking to morality is 100% spot on. And very simply, a movement without morality and a movement without morality, without discipline and without morality, is a morass. This is what they want. COINTELCOUNTERPRO and all the other things to attack our people wants to break down morality and discipline. We have to refuse to get played like that. And we need to be able to pull one another aside if we're allowed to do that. And again, I'm just happy to be on this chat with two colleagues, Sister Sean and also Brother Duan. We have to help each other, and sometimes we've got real issues. There's one other passage from the scripture that says, wherever there's envy and self-seeking, every evil thing will be there. Be mindful if a person wants to be famous, if they're driven by needing to be recognized or to be bigger or better than everyone else, then every kind of evil will be there in abundance. And that's something to look out for. But I want to say for Chef C, who has been very gracious with me, Tariq has been very gracious to me, all of you, Brother Afro Elite, all of y'all have been good to me. Y'all are a rarity even amidst this challenge. Many people that are fakers, users, liars, takers in the social media. What y'all will do that will always allow you to move forward is that you guys are true. Keep being true. Keep having discipline and morality, and nobody will stop you. And by the way, people that you had a falling out with, this thing can blow over. We've forgiven white people, Arabs, everybody that's gang raped and gang fucked us for 400 years. We need to be able to be more quick and being able to resolve our beefs. Our love should be 100 times greater than our beef with one another. They'll know that we're people when we love each other. And part of love is discipline. A part of love is morality, reciprocity, right? And discipline. I'm landing. God bless y'all. I love y'all. I love you, Duan. We're going to turn it out. Turn it out. Free our people. I'm so proud of everybody.
Reciprocity being the key word.
Appreciate you, Dr. Show. We're going to do it again on Sunday, getting up to 10,000 views to people to come in and get the good word. Salute to Dr. Short.
Much respect, Dr. Short. I appreciate it. Humbly, I appreciate that so much. Much respect. Much respect to everybody right here. This is what it is when you got real love, you got real genuine certifieds in one place, really convening. I know people say a lot of things about us, but at the end of the day, we all can come together. We can all sit here and we can converse. We can have dialogue. We can engage with each other. And it shows you that our energy is strong. Our vibrations are strong. Our frequencies are strong. The same reason why the whole world watches us and duplicates us, and the same reason why the whole world, tries to beat us, is the same reason which makes our greatness, and you can feel it. It ain't just something that you can see. It's not just something you can touch. It's something that you can feel. So that's the trifecta, and I believe we got it all. If you just listen to the speakers right here, right now, you see a lot of different speakers from a lot of different areas, but we're all tapping into the same exact energy, and that is that true certified foundational Black American energy. It's that true, real Black empowerment, and it's everything that we say. We're not just out here talking things that we want to do, and we're not really doing it. We're out here speaking it, believing it, receiving it, and that's the best way you can get it. I'll toss it to my co-host, to you, family, and I appreciate everybody. Just want to say that.
Yes, indeed. So one of the things also, I'm glad that the morality issue came up, because the one thing about it always will play like one group is kind of going off when you have to respond. The point I'm making is, like, when we have shown our moral standard by actually, in this case, sidestepping an immoral issue. The immoral issue in this instance came searching for us. So instead of just letting there be peace, the problem literally started calling out the righteous. And the righteous already took a pass on their wickedness. Because these are people who are making fun of babies and they're kaha and kikiing. I can't look at that grown man as a good man right now. I understand other people's relationships, but that got to be corrected. And that's the morality issue.
You want to chime in on that, Brother Afro?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I'm about to park real quick. Okay. I appreciate all of what everybody has said so far in this space. This has been a great space, and thank you for all of the speakers. I will say this one thing too. We have a very bad situation in our community, and as the conscious community, we have to understand we're going to pretty much lead the community. we're not doing what we're doing for ourselves. We're doing what we're doing for the next generation. So we have to set the stepping stones properly for the next generation. An issue that I feel that we need to address that's definitely been highlighted when it comes to this group is gaslighting. And this is what these people have been doing. They will say one thing and they're very passive aggressive. And then when you say something, it's not that. It's just a personal issue. And nobody wants to have the logical conversation about it. We need to get past bias. That's one thing. I've seen a lot of people who are supposed to be cool with me, and they were co-signing a lot of the shots. I'm not going to say any names because now you guys realize. But I need people to, even if you are biased to a certain person, I'm not going to lie, I'm a human being. I believe that all human beings are biased. I don't believe that you are a human being with emotion and you are unbiased to everybody. I believe you can be professional to a degree, but I don't believe you're going to be unbiased to everybody in all circumstances. No, I don't. I think if you are, you would have to be like a sociopath, somebody who doesn't feel any emotion or anything. That's the only way you can be unbiased. And it's okay. It's okay, but you have to add logic into that as well too. You have to sometimes remove yourself, even if you are going to be biased, even if you aren't going to go off on somebody for doing something, but you're going to talk to somebody for something else. The thing is that you should always have the discipline it takes to pull yourself back from the situation and then say, you know what, even if I'm being biased, let me at least talk this out. Let me at least try to see it from the other person's perspective. When you lose the ability to see things from the other person's perspective because of your bias, then that becomes a problem. You might be all like, this person, she probably tripping, he probably tripping, but let me just hear you out anyway. See, that would be one thing. It's a totally different thing of, well, you know what? That's my friend. So it doesn't matter what somebody says about my friend. I'm believing my friend 100% of the time. My friend can never be wrong. I don't even want to hear anything because that's my friend. That is an issue. That is the issue. It's not cool. So, you know, as you clearly know me, Black Alpha, Zilla, Rich, Kid Gravity, Brother Torian Reigns, we all cool and everything like that. And there's bias among each other. But when somebody says something to us, they be all like, hey, Torian, and I'm just giving a crazy example. Torian did da-da-da, or Rich did da-da-da. And I'm like, okay, let me look into the situation. Now, when I look into the situation, if I determine you tripping, then that's what it is. But I'm not going to be all like, how dare you say anything? No. If that's your friend, the thing is you want the best for your friend. So that means that you are going to be the type of person to pull your friend, your brother to the side and say, hey, man, they said you said this and they felt some way about it or whatever the case is. So maybe let's talk this out so we can get everything straightened out. That's what you do when you really have somebody's back. When you're so biased and you don't even want to hear anything about your so-called friends, no matter what somebody tells you, and I wish certain people were in this room right now. I really, really do. Because I was trying to tell certain individuals about their friends, but they didn't listen. So I wish they were in this room. They might really be, to be honest. But when you're so biased and you don't see it, you fail to save your friends from their own destruction. And I land there.
Hey, let me piggyback on what you just said, my brother, because people do not know. This is how serious we are about the movement. This is how serious we are about, correcting things and just putting out real vibes and energy so we can keep this thing going. Me, Afro Elite, Zilla, Rich, we've had personal conversations. Personal. We're not just talking that internet talk. You feel me? We're literally saying, hey, let's talk offline. Let's have a real conversation about where we're heading, things that have been said, things that need to be talked about, focused on, just so we can tighten the ship. You got to have that. You got to have that. If you got an issue in your house, it's on the parent to get things in order. If you on some street stuff, then the OG got to come and get the block right. If things get a little out of hand and things get hot, we've had these conversations personally amongst ourselves. So there's going to be little nicks and knacks and things like that. But one of my mottos and my principles is that we can have a disagreement. We can't have a disconnection. And sometimes people try to pass off disconnections as disagreements so everybody can play fair. We're not here giving out black participation trophies, nor are we giving out brownie points. If somebody is off code, they off code. If somebody's just having a difference in small little, I guess, give or takes within the community, that's cool. We can talk it out. We can hit each other up in the back channel. We can talk on the phone. We can do whatever, because at the end of the day, it's all about making the movement strong. If me, Afro Elite, Beatzilla, Kid Gravity, Touring Reigns, or my brother Dewan B, if we all get together and we collaborate, that means we got a lot of different eyes on us. That means we got a big platform to make the message even bigger. You know what I'm saying? So this is what it's all about. Expansion leads to exposure. So we try to put that energy out there. And even if we got to take our personal time to get it right, that's how it is. When you're studying and you're really putting out real content, not when you're having a 19.5-hour Twitter space, yelling and cussing and it sounds like a damn rap concert. No, when you're really, really sitting down and you speaking real, genuine truth to power, you want to make sure that your message is clear. And that's what we try to do, is make sure the message is clear. The studying for putting out these videos, and I say that to all my brothers right here. As I said, subscribe to my brother Dewan B on all platforms. My brother Zilla, my brother Afro, Kid Gravity, Touring Reigns, me. Subscribe to us on all platforms, and then subscribe to other people. It don't matter. When you sit down and you study and you research, that takes a lot of time because you want to get it right. You don't want to just get it right just because. You want to get it right because you want the people listening to take something from it. When we get our DMs and people hit us up in the back channels and say, hey, man, we love your content. Man, that's so good. That's in the back channel. That's private stuff. I'm not sitting here taking it and saying, see, everybody love me. See, I'm the king of the world. I got 5 people to DM me and told me they love my episode. Nah, that's not what it's about. That's not what it's about. Only thing I get from that is I appreciate that my family loves me, but guess what? I love the family right exact back. So we move together as one. I lost where the hands are. I know, Sister Sean, you had your hand up. Dewan B, Rich, however you guys want to take it.
She's
Okay,
next, then Rich, then Kid Gravity. Do you have your hand up?
I'll let everybody else speak before I go.
Oh, okay. So she's next, then Rich, then Dewan B. And then I guess Kid Gravity can put his hand up when he's ready.
Okay, so I wanted to kind of finish what I was saying before. What I think needs to be done is ground rules kind of need to be established, but they were already established. And I don't know if somebody said this earlier, but they were established by Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, and it's called the Behavior Code for Black Self. And has about 17 points that, if you look at that as a template and adhere to it, I don't believe that we would be here today. Part of the problem is things have already been laid before us. We're just not listening. We're not listening. We're not adhering. We're just discarding it. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I think maybe there'll be some more conversations around that. But if we adhered to it, we would not be where we are today. The next thing I want to kind of piggyback on what Black Alpha just said. He literally just said this, and it gave me another thought. I think he said disagreement versus disconnection. I think that's very, very important. It's a great analogy, because we can disagree, but we should not disconnect. Because at the end of the day, we have a bigger power to deal with. And it's outside of individual gripes, individual beefs. Okay? You cannot fight this in a gripe or beef. So I love that. Disagreement versus disconnection. So I think that we are disconnected at this point. And that was my previous point, in that I'm not going to disconnect an entire group of people who innocently pulled up, or they call it whatever the hell you're calling it. I'm not going to throw them under the bus, because they came out there with good faith and genuinely. They had bad leadership. That's all I have to say. They had bad leadership, but I'm not going to throw them under the bus once they came up and even made national news and even international news, right? See, People are here to make you think, but me personally, you can't think for me. So you're here to make me think, but you can't control my thinking. I have a right to critical thinking, and that's what I do. Right? But I appreciate what you have contributed into my mind, into my thinking, and to trying to, navigate troubled waters. Right? So with the troubled waters, we understand. And there's another analysis. They say pick the meat from the bones. See, this is what we got to learn to do. We got to learn to pick the meat from the bones. So that was my perspective. My perspective is that we need ground rules on code. We say on code, but guess what? We're learning that everybody don't really understand what the hell on code means. They don't fucking understand it. So that's why I had to really redirect them to the code of conduct. The code was already written. There's a code. So, if you don't know the code, go find the code. Go research the code. And people cannot carry you to the water, right? They can only give you X amount of information, but they cannot make you drink. So that is the only thing, and that's how I see this situation. And it is not about, and I'm not, and I will sit here fervently, or whatever the fancy word is, that I know that there's good people, right? But I'm not going to throw everybody who was misled because of a bad apple, who they may not know. And I talked to you about it. I said it is the generation gap. And I feel that there's an obligation to teach and to let them know. Now, that doesn't mean give them a pass. Because once your ass was taught and you were schooled and laced up, if you was laced the fuck up, if you violating, then that's it. But right now, my position is, I think these people did a good thing, elevated. Everybody elevated. Everybody's working at their level. And who the hell, you have this hyper expectation from people. Anything I do, I don't expect nothing, because I don't work for no goddamn body. I work for myself. I'm not out here for nobody's fucking clout or nobody's anything else. See, that's the difference. So when you work and move in that manner, there is no expectation. It's only self.
If you can increase the power, sister, I appreciate that. That's you on point with everything you saying. I know you was probably wrapping it up. I don't want to interrupt you from doing that. So, Rich, you go next,
Well,
and then
I
keep grabbing you. But you can wrap it up. I'm saying you can wrap it up. I'm letting you finish. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Last time I was speaking, you interrupted me, though. I'm noticing that. What's up with that?
Mr. Sean, we got
it's nothing personal.
Yeah,
I'm just saying I'm the co-host and there's a line, so I'm just reminding people the order. That's
okay.
it.
I'm just telling you. I'm getting extra reminders, and I don't understand why. So let me just close. So what we have to deal with is there's always, and there has been already, we're already always reinventing a wheel that has already been established. It's called the Black Code for Black Self. And Dr. Francis Cress Welsing already laid that down. So I would leave everybody to go and revisit that code. And I think there's going to be some more spaces kind of working around that. And as we're moving towards our restitution and our reparations, we have to teach and we have to close the generational intellectual gap. And we have to teach them. If not, it's going to jump up and bite us every time. And this is what I'm seeing. And I will close that right here.
Real
Okay,
quick, let
people
me
should
hop.
know
Let
it's
me.
no
Look,
issue.
can I hop in real quick? Because I'm in this grocery store, so I got a quiet spot real quick. Um, the point that you were making is I totally get it. The one thing about it is that's how we have been conducting ourselves this entire time. The problem is when you have other people who do not respect those codes. Bottom line is, in this case, is simple respect. And the people that you're talking about lack respect. So now it has to be addressed. As men, we have to carry ourselves because we're on the front line of everything. We don't have time to play with and pity pat around, calling people's names out, talking about other random stuff about people we don't know. What we need to do is stay in our lanes. These guys are looking to be disrespectful in everybody else's lane. And then you turn around and backbite people. That's not cool. So what we're seeing is a lack of morality. Anybody who's following that and supporting that can't be around me because that tells me that your judgment's off. Because if you don't know that somebody is drunk driving your car, or if you know somebody is drunk driving your car and you still getting in the car, then you are just as liable. We're not going to play that game here. So next hand, go ahead.
And I hate when people do that. They come in these spaces and try to school people, but they never in Secure the Tribe spaces trying to school them because they know Secure the Tribe will run you out real quick, curse you out, call you out, do all types of reckless shit. But people come in here and they try to, with this mommy energy, they try to school you like you a little kid. Oh, we need this, we need that. No, take that shit over there to Secure the Tribe. They the one that be doing all types of reckless shit, cursing people out, doing all
And that's
types
the other part, the generational thing. Yaya is 53. There's no lack of generation. They got every age represented in that group just like we do. There's no generational problem. Stop calling them immature. They're just disrespectful. It's the difference.
And they're not young. They're not that young. People be acting like they teenagers. Like, oh yeah, I heard people say, oh yeah, they only like 20 years old. Ain't nobody. Czech was the last 20-year-old, and they ran him out. They don't have any 20-year-olds. They all 30 and pushing 40. So let's stop that.
Check is 23. Mama Yaya 53. Booby got like 3 kids. He about 33. All of them is of age. When you listen, at 18 years old, you're able to get your license. You're able to move out. You're able to. There's so many things you can do. You could get cigarettes at 18 years old in certain states. You could get liquor at 18 years old in certain states.
You can go to war.
You can go to war at 18. So guess what? You can get your ass whooped at 18. You can get smacked behind your back at 18. All this, oh, we're going to coddle these people and we're going to save them. No. You grown. Don't come in these spaces trying to school people and you don't do that shit in other spaces. So go school them. They're the ones that's causing havoc in the community. They're the one that's causing all this recklessness in the community. Go school them. And another thing I wanted to touch base before that happened, we got this thing where in the community where if you rock with somebody, you're not gonna, because you're biased about them, you're not gonna call them out. That's a problem, because if you don't call somebody out because you're biased about them, how is that person able to grow? How is that person able to become a better version of themselves if you're just 100% biased about them? Yeah, I'm biased about Black Alpha and Afro and Beatzilla. I am. But guess what? If they doing some reckless shit, I'm going to call them or I'm going to text them, yo, bro, I'm not going to lie, they was right. I'm not going to, ostracize them in front of everybody, but behind the scenes, I'm like, yo, bro, I ain't going to lie, bro. You was wrong about that. And they do that to me too, yo, bro, you was wrong about that. Sometimes I'll be like, yo, call somebody. Like when me and Afro going through, I'll be like, yo, call Black Alpha. Because I want to see what Black Alpha got to say. Because I trust his opinion. Let me see if both of y'all on the same page. And if both of y'all on the same page, all right, we on to something. Maybe I'm wrong. But it's cool to be biased. Like a few other people said, it's okay to be biased. But you can't be 100% biased. You got to leave some type of room for criticism, some type of room for critique. You can't be 100% biased. That's the shit that's going on at Secure the Tribe. That's the problem they got over there. Everybody's 100% biased. Check could do some shit, nobody gonna check him. Yaya could do some shit, nobody gonna check her. That's the problem they got over there. And they do this little slick shit, right? One person that Secure the Tribe do something, they be like, oh no, don't put that on Secure the Tribe. Put that on Check. Put that on April. Put that on this. Put that on that. But when they retain a victory, everybody wants the credit. When it's a win, everybody wants the credit. When it's a loss, one person wants the credit. No other group on this planet works like that. When a blood member, when a Crip member does something, everybody gets the punishment. When the feds come with a RICO charge, if you was part of the set, everybody gets the punishment. When you had sisters and brothers, and your mama came in from work and nobody took the chicken out, everybody getting their ass whooped. Everybody gonna get their ass whooped. When you was at school, you was acting up, and your brother sat there and watched you, everybody get their ass whooped. When you was at school and the principal said, we can't go outside because Jaden was acting up, you're damn right. One person act up, everybody got to get the punishment. You don't just get to single one or two issues out and no, this issue, I'm going to just blame it on this person and that person. No, everybody. Since you want to be a group, be a damn group all across the board. Don't be a damn group when you winning, that's when you're a group. When you taking losses and doing reckless shit, oh, I'm not a group. It was just Sony. It was just Booby. It was just Mel. It was just Yaya this time. That's coward shit. If one go, we all go. When soldiers go to Iraq, do you think when one of them starts shooting at the Taliban, do you think the Taliban's be like, nah, it was just him over there. It was just him with the helmet. Hell no, they start shooting at everybody. Everybody gonna get it. So which one are we? Are we a group or are we just one single individual? Which one are we? Are we a whole team? Is this a team thing or is this a one man army thing? Which one is it? We can't do both. If you're gonna ride with somebody, ride all the way, but leave some room for criticism. Nobody's perfect. We all got shit going on. I mean, the world is moving around every single day. There's so many things going on. So I don't expect nobody to be perfect, but I do expect room for criticism. I do expect for us not to be 100% biased because that is the wrong thing to do. No relationship works where someone is 100% biased. How could you look at your wife every single morning and she's falling off on her game and you just be like, nah, that's my wife. I'm 100% biased. Or how could you look at your husband every morning and be like, you know what? He kind of falling off. He's a little depressed. He's a little this. He's a little that. But I'm not going to critique him because I'm biased. Nobody grows like that. I'll land right there.
Hey, let me jump in on that too, family, as well as when certain groups want to be seen as individuals, but yet they see other people as groups. Anybody who's not aware of it, I'm going to say it like this. Black Alpha, I was doing my Black Alpha thing. Everybody knows I was solo dolo, keeping, my own thing. Everybody knows me. I got a lot of followers. I deal with everybody. I pride myself in being somebody that everybody loves. I always keep it positive. People hit me up all the time. It's simply based on the fact that Afro Elite, Nino, Rich, Zilla are people that I roll with. These are my day ones. And then people started from that group, started throwing smoke towards me, little sneak disses. Same thing they did to Tariq. How they was sneak dissing Tariq and he was seeing it and he was catching it. It's the same thing what happened with me. I'm over here minding my own, doing my own thing. And simply they had problems with me, not based on any interaction I had with them, because I never spoke in any of their spaces, not based upon any type of conversation we had. I never talked to them. I was just simply being my typical self, putting out that real certified Black empowerment. They had an issue because I stood next to my brothers. Well, I don't know about anybody else, but where I'm from, I'm going to stand next to my brother regardless, and nobody could dictate to me who my people are. That's what it was. And since they started throwing smoke towards me for standing next to my brothers, then, I'm going to do what anybody would do. I'm going to say what I got to say, but I'm going to bring it my style. And that's how I had to do it. That's how I had to play it. And that's just how the bottom line goes. So no, nobody's out here attacking folks. We're out here responding to things because trust and believe, I didn't even know half this stuff until yesterday what some of these folks were saying. You feel me? And then when it came to my attention, I respond. So it's not necessarily about the person who's, clapping back. It's about the person who initiated. A lot of these folks was initiating drama towards my brothers for no reason. And the same reason why they started coming at me, because I'm standing next to my brothers. And I'm going to be like anybody else. I'm going to let people know you're not going to dictate who I'm cool with. You're not going to dictate who my brother is. You're not going to dictate who my sister is. That just ain't happening. That's like somebody coming into your home and telling your father, that can't be your wife. You know, that can't be her husband. That can't be your brother. That can't be your sister. No. That ain't how the game is played. And anytime somebody gets a little too hot on that, then we're going to have to douse their ass and cool them down. But I want to get to the new speakers real quick, and I will let you respond to Sean. Dewan B, I see you had your hand up, family. I'll let you go, brother, and then Jordan and Cobra.
I appreciate that real quick because I'm about to start my podcast up over on Caffeine. But I wanted to say this, man. For Beatzilla, Afro Elite, Black Alpha, everybody that has any kind of a platform, or if you're out here, you could expect these people to come out and say this nonsense. It's like people like to divide. And if they see you standing next to somebody else, they want to come in your inbox and they see things they feel is going to make them closer to you by bringing up some nonsense. You know, that's just part of the territory. And as long as we keep our heart right, like I deal with it all the time. Anytime I go on 5150, it's some old 1990s ass comic who ain't been on TV since BET was owned by Robert Johnson, want to be all up in my inbox saying something about him. And I'm like, man, if y'all don't sit y'all corny asses down, it just comes with the territory. And we got to know that, you know, we got to keep focused. I like what you guys said earlier as far as us making, like, you know, we are handling things with the code. But when people don't respect the code, there's one thing to have a code, but a code can only work if everybody chooses to respect that code. And when people don't respect that code, necessary replies must be made. You can't let people not respecting a code of conduct fly, because the only way to a code of conduct people are going to respect the code of conduct is if the men have a means of enforcing that code of conduct. So Black Alpha, Beatzilla, Afro, y'all are enforcing the code of conduct, and that's the way it's supposed to be done. And anybody will respect, even if they don't agree with you, brothers, even if they don't agree with us, or anybody, they're going to respect it because you're standing on your square and you're standing on a moral compass. And we all won't agree. There's going to be people who come up in this movement for clout. It's going to be people up here that's in here just to rebel rouse and do all kind of nonsense. These kind of communication forms we're having right now, this is how we remedy that. And with that, I want to say, man, let's just keep it going. I'm sure we know we're going to talk it out, finish it out. And by the end of this week, next week, we're going to be right back on the planet on our next move, man. So salute to everybody up in here, man. I appreciate y'all.
Salute to my brother Dewan B. Y'all make sure y'all follow my brother on every platform. That's the realest statement I heard right there. We are on code, and we just got to sit here and enforce the code. The code has to be enforced, and that's what it is. If you don't enforce the code, then you don't have a code, ladies and gentlemen. So when people are out here enforcing the code, it's going to hurt some feelings. But guess what? The people whose feelings are going to get hurt, them is the people who is violating the code. So yes, indeed, enforcement all day long. Afro and Zilla, did you guys want to chime in? And I want to get to Georgia, Cobra, and then our sister too.
Yeah, I want to say real quick, truth be told, all of our spaces have been absolutely positive. So truth be told, who other than us to actually enforce the code? Because you see us keep it, we demonstrate it, we live it, and we have a track record of doing so. And that's why a lot of these brothers on stage also have been able to build their own networks, because people real recognizes real always. And when people start looking unfamiliar, real ain't gonna gravitate towards it because real is magnetic. Fake is the opposite. So when you see real ignore the fake, y'all got to start waking up and just recognize what the people that you trust see. That's if you all call people leaders or you trust people's word, maybe now is the time to do that. Alain.
Big facts, family, big facts. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Zilla, you know how it goes. Same with you, brother Afro. We done held Michael Jackson spaces. Come on now. We done held Michael Jackson spaces. People hit us in the back channel all the time and tell us how, thorough and how positive our stuff is. We center everything in being positive. So this is why we got an issue with negativity. You feel me? We out here putting out positive things. There's none of that ratchet, any of that in our spaces. We always sit down and we put out content, whether that's on our YouTube channels, whether that is right here on Twitter or any platform that we're on. We center all of it all of it in FBA excellence and FBA headlines that are true to our people. That's what it is. So ratchetness, that's not nothing we go for. So when somebody's got negative energy and we stay on the positive tip, it ain't nothing. Hey, anybody can see it, okay? If you got two eyes, you can definitely see what it is. You can definitely know who's coming with the negative stuff, and you can come with the positive stuff in return. Everybody knows who's coming with the ratchetness, who's always got a beef with somebody, who's always inflicting some type of drama in the community. Me and Brother Rich just sat down and named all the pillars of the community, and we seen one group got a problem with all the pillars in the community. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's not how the game goes. And if you're going to really be somebody who's adamant about the empowerment of our people, then you got to make sure that type of energy has no place. Sometimes you got to pick people up, open that door, and sit their ass on the outside, whether there's rain, sleet, hail, snow. But at the end of the day, the inside of this house has to stay clean. The inside of this house has to stay pure. And that's what we always put out. Nothing but. If you look at Brother Afro Elite's YouTube channel, Brother Zilla, Brother Dewan B, Kid Gravity, you always see intellectual or, educational subjects, but they always have excellence and they always have positivity attached to them. If it ain't positive, it ain't me. So we stay with it. So we separate ourselves from the bad vibes, and we'll continue. And I'm talking about right now and going forward, we're going to continue to put out that real good content. So anybody talking about the new black media, that's unfound, and we're going to continue to be profound. And that's the bottom line. Sister Georgia, the floor is yours, and then Cobra, and then my sister Q.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, brothers and sisters. I was on Tariq's space, and one thing about him, I've been listening to him for years, and I was so concerned and hurt because as he was, doing some straightening and he was discussing some of the issues and stuff like that he was having, I listened to him all the time, and I was listening at the hurt that was in his voice, because basically, mostly what all he has ever done, on my perception, was put me on game to educate on some of the things and stuff like that I thought I knew, but I really didn't, because as he went in depth, I learned a little bit more and learned how to pick up books and read and educate myself, how it's necessary. And to listen to the bickering between, the sister and everything like that, is very heartbreaking. I pray that they can work it out. But other than that, I still support my brother. This morning, I noticed that people were holding up Confederate flags, and that here in the South is a sign of disrespect. In 1963, 4 little girls was blew up in a church, sparked off the civil rights movement. And we fought ever since the 80s, all the way up into 1993, just to get the Confederate flag took down from the Capitol here in Alabama because it was offensive, and I just pray that no one come down wanting to put that flag up or wave that flag again, because a lot of people, Dixiecrats whatsoever, they still like to use that flag, and it's very offensive here in the South. I've been for reparations. I've been for the protection laws and stuff like that for our people in our communities, because I have a daughter and she's 12 years old, and she has a brand new bicycle that I'm afraid for her to ride just down the street. And I'm just saying that because those are some of the most important things that I feel like it's worth fighting for, wholeheartedly, boots on the ground, forever. And just because a person is not visible where you don't see what they're doing doesn't mean that they're not taking care of the community the way they should take care of the community. And I land my plane.
Much respect. I appreciate that, sister. Much respect all the way across the board. This person I'm about to give the floor to right here, this sister right here said I remind her of DMX, and I remember that, sister, and I appreciate that, because DMX was thorough, DMX was real, and then my brother B Zilla said I was the DMX of the new black media, and I appreciate that all the way live, and I hold on to that because I know X spoke from his heart, and that's what he's remembered for, so I wear that as a badge of honor, and I'm going to make sure that I hold true to that. Sister Q, the floor is yours.
Are you talking about me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I can't see. I've put the jumbotron up, so I can't see the names or anything. Thank you for letting me speak. So, I don't want to keep harping on this. I don't like talking about things over and over again, but I just have to put my 2 cents in it. I watch and I listen to the movement on Twitter with Afro and some people from Secure the Tribe. And it was really heartbreaking to see how hard Afro was working to try to talk to these people, because it was like the issue with B1. I think they had an issue with that. And it just seems like every time something they have a problem with, they like to pick at little things. And I was listening to one of Tariq's lives, and I think he was talking about something similar to that. But I want to tell you guys, I have never seen Black men move on social media like y'all move. And I got to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, because I came on to fight for Michael in 2019, still fighting for him. I've had 4 podcasts, shut 3 of them down. I was on a radio station with some friends, got off of that. I have 1 podcast left, very few listeners. And there was somebody in the shadows that was there for me, and I still have that support. I've always been a person that's been alone. I don't hang out in groups. I don't have girls' night. I don't have anybody that I've known for however many years. It's just been me. So I see and I watch everything, and I see you guys are doing a phenomenal job. I raised 2 Black men by myself, so I know what y'all go through. I know how hard it is out here. And when that young lady said she heard the pain in Tariq's voice, I heard it too, because he is out here doing so much for his people, for his future, for his family, for everybody. He's trying to make it so that everybody can eat and everybody will make it. But it's unfortunate. I would love to see every Black person get along. And that's one of the tools that is used against us to divide us, is that we think that we have to have everybody along with us. But when you have an enemy, you have an enemy. Don't let that mess you up, and don't let it take you off sight of where you are, what you're supposed to be doing. You guys are doing a phenomenal job. Keep going. Do not stop. Don't stop for anybody. That's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me speak.
Man, I appreciate that,
Thank
sister.
you.
Yeah. Thank you. Hey, I appreciate
Absolutely.
that DMX. I appreciate that DMX comparison too, family. I appreciate that. Brother Zilla Afro, you guys want to take that one? Because that right there, I know for me, that right there is the reason why we go so hard. Like comments like that, we've got a lot of them, brother.
Well, yeah, for me, real quick, that's the whole point. And I'm glad that it's recognized, because again, there's a lot of stuff that could be said out here. There's a lot of things that can be done, and we've been silent about most of it. So I guess let the track record speak for itself. That's been my point from the beginning. To you, Afro.
I just want to thank you for your kind words. I mean, that was beautiful to what you said. And to piggyback off of
the comment you made, I did try. I did try with them. I tried with them multiple times. It didn't work out, and to be honest, the hurt in Tariq's voice, I heard that too. And we're not just saying that because one person said it, and then we're all like, "Oh yeah, we all saw it." But no, we saw it and we feel it. We felt that because we know how much Tariq tried to. He pretty much tried to pass the baton to them. To be honest,
he put them on. He gave them the clout. He constantly gave them shout outs, and they turned around and they really backstabbed Tariq. Tariq was the one out there defending them. When Jason Black clowned them, it was really Tariq's space where he was all like, oh, okay, they're kind of young. They gave them a save face a little bit. and they turned around and backstabbed Tariq of all people. So, I mean, that's just one example of the people who helped them out, who put them on, and they turned around and they backstabbed. I can say right now, everybody was involved with the Mason, Tennessee campaign. Everybody was donating. Everybody was sharing. And now they turned around and said, you know what? All of the credit, yet screw everybody. It belongs only to KD. KD did it all by herself. Kicking like all of they caused a lot of pain on this app. They caused so much pain and hurt. Some people don't want to get back on Twitter Spaces anymore. Some people say, you know what, I'm done with this. They're not on Twitter or Twitter Spaces. So that's real. And I appreciate the fact that you recognize that we're not like that and we're fighting against that for morality and principle. So thank you.
Let me say this real quick. You guys notice in the room how the respect and the praise came to us and we didn't go seeking it out? That's the difference. And this happens a lot amongst me and my brothers in the new black media. And this is why, I hold down the new black media so much, is because, the people who, follow us and subscribe to us, they come to us with the love. We don't need to put out no banner. We don't need to put no badge on. We don't need to tell everybody how great we are. We don't tell the world to kiss our ass. We don't do any of that. We just sit back and we represent the people because we are the people. We're not some outside source. We're not a group. We're not a tribe. We're none of that. We're foundational black Americans putting out real content for the people because we relate to the people because we are the people. And in the meantime, people show us love and we show them right back. If you ever watch any of our shows or you look at the comment section or you look at our spaces, they're block parties. People have spaces, we have block parties. Sometimes it gets wild and everything, but it's love. It's got to be, reminiscent. It's got to duplicate that same feeling you get when you with your family. If you at a family reunion, you on the front porch, your mama cooking and everybody's in the kitchen laughing and cracking jokes. That's the type of energy that I know I've always tried to, put out for the Black Alpha Network. Me and my wife, Queen Alpha, we said, let's sit down and let's, put out that real FBA energy that everybody can tap into. And I know my brothers do the same exact thing. So when someone comes to us and they show us love and respect, that's what we do. We don't sit there and praise the world and tell everybody, to stop and give us recognition. We just continually to do our thing, stay on our grind. And people like our sister right here who just, gave us love. That's the motivation that keeps us going. That's the motivation I know for a fact that keeps brothers like Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, and the gentleman above us. That's what keeps them going as well. So, each one teach one, man. We all build off this. We put out the energy and then the people give us energy back. And then that's where the wheels keep rolling. And that's how things grind. And that's how you make anything that's powerful, anything that's significant, and anything that's substantial. It's a whole collection of energies based on real, genuine love. And I know we got the love and everybody else has the love. I want to say something real quick before we get to my brother Kid Gravity and back to Sister Sean. I want to say this. Brother Afro and Beatzilla, how many times in spaces have people called in upset, distraught, basically shook because they ran into those other groups? How many things did we have to clean up? That, misnomers, misconceptions that those other groups basically told people, you're too old, you ain't really black, you're non-FBA, I'm gonna get you, sucker, all that nonsense. I'm promising to everybody listening, we've had so many spaces where we're sitting here really just breaking down educational game and just, chopping it up with the family like we do, showing love to the family like we do, and just being real. And then people will call in saying, can I even say B1 anymore? Or can I even say that I'm this anymore? Or what's wrong with me because I just left another space and they cursed me out and I'm leaving. I don't want to be around anymore. And mind you, these sometimes are elders. These are people in their 60s and their 70s. These are people in their 50s and their 40s, young folks, foreign folks. And we have to clean these messes up. I don't know how many times we had to sit there and tell people, you stay true to yourself. You keep doing what you do. And don't let nobody in these ratchet Twitter spaces make you feel any bad or demean who you genuinely are. Can my brother Afro and Beatzilla, tell the people about that and how many times we had to, bring that real positive energy because some other people try to give that negative energy?
We've done that so many times, I can't even count. Not just how many times that they've come in our spaces, but how many times we've been in mutual people's spaces and they're like, oh, well, I heard that you can't be B1 if you were Black American. I've had people DM me because they've created so much confusion. They was all like, okay, so what does an FBA think a Black person is? And I've had to school people know, no, we understand that the word Black is a global word. There are Black people all around the world. We're just, we've had to pretty much reteach everybody and we've had people come in our spaces thanking us because they were all like, what, I thought that I wasn't allowed in this movement. I really wanted to contribute. And I always felt like I was an outcast because I'm
from Africa or wherever they were from. And we were like, no, man, as long as you on code, you're welcome here. They came to seek refuge in our spaces many times, and they come to learn. You've had people was all like, oh, I thought B1 meant this, but now I'm glad to see B1 means this. So we've done that a lot for several months, to be honest. And I'm going to pass this to Beatzilla.
You know, one of the things about that is having to do that, because the terminology was already made clear. So now look at this element. Why would we have to do that with a clear message? The same people that went and mucked up the message are the same people who tried to disrupt the message and then disrespect the message senders in the first place. And now again, I have to go back to this. They're upset that none of those people are messing with them. And I would have to say, if anybody was down with that and was noticing the movement and wasn't checking them, I gotta wonder, why wouldn't you say anything to these people? Because the people that come to us are, like he said, there are elderly people, there are people who are contributors to the movement, and these people don't even, I don't know, you can't see the forest for the trees, I guess, but you got to understand, he's supposed to be heard. And then some of these people will go, they might be a COINTELPRO agent, go use that interaction and then start masking it on to all the rest of us. And that's the huge problem. That's why we delineate from that group all together. Back to you, brother.
Big time. And I'm telling everybody, we've done that so many times. And it's the order of being real and the order of being positive. Because see, because like I said, the reason why we put this space together to bring everybody home, because I want to wrap this up, because my brother Afro Lee's about to go live and I'm going to be tuning in tonight watching his show. The reason why we put this out, because when I seen people talking about the new black media, I was like, nah, we're not having that. We're not having that. As my brother Dewan B said, some things got to get enforced. And the new black media plays a very pivotal and vital role in this community, in this movement, in our FBA family tree. And I'm talking about the big three down. I don't care who you are. If you got a YouTube channel and you got 12 subscribers and you dropping, 12 subscribers worth of that real shit, then I support you. Salute to all my brothers and sisters. You guys see it. I'll put up everybody's face. My brother Sincere to God, Nicety, Beatzilla, Afro Elite, Kid Gravity, Torian Reigns, all across the board. If I'm forgetting anybody, if you got product and you put it out, my brother Sage, he got some hot fire music. I put that out and support it because these are all of us, man. I don't look at the group as, those secured or whatever people over there and they're coming over here to our side. I look at it like this: we foundational black Americans, but we have the best of foundational black America in us, and we're making our moves based upon that. We're not thinking, well, I'm FBA, so I can just say and do anything I want to do and you got to accept me. That's not what it is. You still got to stick to the code, and we do that to the best of our abilities, and we make sure we represent it. We put a lot of passion in it, and I never thought I'd see when people was downing the new black media. The new black media, and I'm talking about all across the board, and I'm not surprised that basically these individuals have had, bickering with everybody in the new black media from top to bottom. I mean, from the top guys all the way down to the bottom people. I mean, you done beef with the whole new black media. I don't even know how that's capable. But, there's always somebody out there ignorant enough to do it. So we make sure that we represent the new black media. And I talk to my brothers in the back channel when I seen some of this slander happening. And y'all know already, we already got the dominant society out here slandering the new black media. We don't need other groups running around here slandering the new black media. So I said, let's put this together. Let's bring some real positive energy to the situation. Anytime you see something that's off, it's your job to correct it. Anytime you see something getting a little too dark, you bring some light to the situation. And that's what we've decided to do. The new black media connection. So we wanted to connect, team back up, and let everybody know that other folks is going to come and go. The new black media is going to be here to stay. And eventually there's going to be a whole new list of faces in the new black media, and they're going to be speaking on the issues of their time. We just playing our role right now, and we bringing that real fire every single time we speak and every single time we drop a new episode. So as I was telling everybody, make sure you guys do subscribe to all of my brothers and sisters out here really putting it in, because we're all in different areas of this country. We all represent a different aspect of this struggle, and we need all of those different voices to do so. Don't get it twisted. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad Muhammad and Malcolm X, they had each other. Even Martin and Malcolm had each other. Even when they may have been at odds, they had each other. Huey Newton had Bobby Seale. Let's not get this twisted. Therefore, we all got each other at the same time in the same place. So we got to keep putting it together. I'm talking about my sisters and my brothers. And y'all know when we stand together and we stand as one, we're unbreakable and we're unmatched. And right now, the new black media, we're stronger than ever. Kid Gravity, it's on you and Sister Shawn, and we're going to bring this home.
Be one to the room. Be one to the room. I just want to make sure I'm okay to say that.
You good, family?
All right, cool. All right. So appreciate the space that you guys are having. You know, I've been listening since I was on the plantation. So I just gotta say this. Now, I'm not gonna talk about them because I stayed away from them. I mean, sans the couple times that they came into spaces that I was hosting to try to throw shots at Afro, even though he wasn't there. But you know, B Zilla and I shut that down real quick. I don't got time. B Zilla knows when I do my spaces, the few times they actually go off without a hitch, I kind of want to keep it positive. So that's what I'm going to say on that. But we also got to understand that, yes, we're new black media and we're on the precipice of overtaking the dead black media. But we also have to understand that this is chess. We all started off, not to be disparaging. I feel you on that. Tell everybody what we do to cut the what? Check. Thank you. Now go to your mother. You're messing me up. Sorry about that. Anyway, this is a chess move. So every move we got to do is strategic. So we, especially with us that have monetized channels, we have to be very careful on what we can put out and what we associate with our brand, because one misstep, you know how YouTube is, they take everything away from you and it's very hard to get it back. And we basically have to go start over. And a lot of us don't got that kind of time to do that because we have other things outside of the matrix. So we just got to understand that, yeah, we could have covered the reparations stuff. That's great. But they also fail to realize we mention it every show. Whether we bring up the leaders of the reparations movement, whether we bring up a quote from Nellie Fuller or, you know, Amos Wilson and others. We do this every day. We can't, I know we still have to do our own thing and do our own channel and do our own personalities. So if you want to blame us for not, you know, promoting you, okay, fine. You're allowed to. It's freedom of speech, whatever. But there's real shit going out here that we got to make sure we inform the people about. Because I know a lot of us say we're not going to go vote because there's nothing to vote for, but we have a lot of people that watch our channels, consume our content, that want to go vote. And if we don't give them the right information, they're going to go in there and just vote with their heart instead of their mind. And we may just be in the same situation we're in right now, and then we're going to feel like failures. Now, the reparations, pull-ups, rallies, whatever you call, those are important. Yes, they are. But you got to also understand, Tariq made a very good point yesterday. He called it a rally. When you call it a pull-up, especially with Daily Mail and all these other outlets taking pictures with, you know, armed security, you know how they're going to spin that, which they did. So he was like, let me be proactive and say there were rallies, because he know a whole bunch of white media outlets follow him, so they hang on his every word. So once they wait for him to make a misstep, so he made sure to say these are rallies. These are not protests. These are not pull-ups. These are rallies, just to keep y'all out of those crosshairs. But I'll just land with this: we all have a part to play. We all have the way we do things, the way we move. We all move strategically. And if we did move the way we did, we wouldn't have the audiences we have. This room would not be as big as it is. People trust us. And we have to honor that trust by doing the correct things. And the number one thing is to stay on code. And it's easy. Any one of us one day could just wake up and say, we're not going to be on code no more. We just going to buck dance and get like the 40,000 views and whatever, change the message, whatever, because the money is there. But we still have to go look at y'all at the end of the day. And y'all gonna vote with your feet by not supporting the channels anymore, and the channels die. So we just got to understand that it's not a marathon. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So we just gotta take it a day at a time. The reparations are coming. It's just, it may not be our generation, it may be our children, but we have to make sure when we go to the grave that we can have a smile on our face, be like, listen, we got you the last quarter mile. Y'all gotta finish it. We gonna look down on y'all. Y'all finish it, we good. If not, we gonna haunt you in your sleep. But I'll land there.
Big facts, family. Big facts. I like how you said that, man. I got to take that. It's all about trust. When you put out real content and you focus on what you're saying, then people really genuinely trust you. And we all know, as my brothers and sisters were saying here, you could hear in Tariq's voice, the hurt and how he's disturbed by what those, people were saying about him. And we all know who's real and who's fake. We all know who's really genuine and who's not. We know who's ratchet and not really for the people. And then we know who really is. We know who's got the low vibration versus the high vibration. We know these things. It's just about applying it. So when we speak, you can hear the passion. When we speak, you can hear the truth. When we speak, you can hear the reality. And that's what the main game is. And we get up and we do this all the time. And, I can't speak for everybody, but like I said, as I say, my brothers and sisters in the new black media, I understand that they put it all on the line and, keep on working, whether that's somebody who just wants to reach a small audience or somebody who wants to get bigger, no matter what path you're on, as long as you keep on doing it. I've been right now for Black Alpha Network, I've been putting it down and I've only been really going for like 2 years. I ain't even really been going hard. Me and Afro, I think we started like around the same pretty much time. You know what I'm saying? As I said, Beatzilla, he was like my 12th subscriber. You feel me? So we've been pushing and now I'm 20,000 followers on Twitter later and 2,000 on YouTube. But that's just based on the family. You know what I'm saying? Same to you, Kid Gravity. You want to say something, brother?
Yeah, just one last thing. Queen Cha-Cha, just hit me in the DMs. I'd like to bring you on the platform because I heard what you were saying and I know you got a lot of opinions and maybe you can school me on some old school game because I like talking to the older generation because a lot of y'all do have the knowledge, but a lot of y'all don't get to express that knowledge. So I kind of want to talk to you on the back channel and see if we can set something up.
Big facts, and salute to you as well. Once again, Queen Cha-Cha, I appreciate it. As I told you, I appreciate the DMX thing. I took that and ran with it. So, that's what it's all about. It's all about us standing together. It's all about us riding together. And, when it comes to the new black media, understand, as I say, the FBA family tree, and the media is just one branch of it. Because to be honest with you, I consider us activists, to be honest with you. And whether your activism is, from doing media or your activism is being out here in the streets, whether in the political world, the social world, publicly, privately, no matter what your means or your path of this way is, I just consider us all black activists. And it's the black activist game. And we're playing our role in our generation that has been done in the past. And as Kid Gravity said, there'll eventually be somebody in the future playing the role. So it's on us to play the best one. Right now, we're writing the script for this era and how this era is going to, be seen. As my brother Nipsey Hussle said, he said, it's all about how the story get told. So make it a good one. And I believe we all making it a good one. And if that means that we got to go ahead and G-check, we're going to do it. If that means we got to snatch some paperwork, we're going to do it. And if that means we got to run some folks off the block, we're going to do it. But like I say all the time, FBA, we get the work done, but we do it in style. And that's what it's all about. I'm going to send it to my sister Sean. I'm going to let you respond, sister, but we're going to have to bring it up because my man Afro got to leave. He got to leave real soon.
Okay, all right, thank you. So what I would like to say is nobody is exclusive. First of all, peace, power, reparations, or die. But nobody is exclusive to the heat, and everybody can get the smoke, right? So, whatever it is that's on the table, I think that was saying whatever's on the table, put it on the table. Don't tiptoe around it, because I come to the table and I eat at the table. So I would like to say that, but I would like to bring it back to the original conversation with the code of behavior. There needs to be some ground rules. The ground rules were violated, right? And people have to be accountable for that, right? And the rules don't have to be rewritten because they were already done. And I talked about that a little bit earlier. So I wanted to kind of really drive that home. But nobody is exclusive to the heat, right? And so I think this is what's going on now. But what I really want to say is that it's not about bias, and there's some kind of backdoor implications that are going on. There's nothing about bias. It's just about being focused. So I'm very focused, extremely focused So what I'm focused on is that there has been some bad leadership in that they call themselves a group. I don't know who's a group or who's not a group. That's their, that's what they're dealing with. And I think they're so naive to even call themselves a group, because you call yourself a group, then you're going to be targeted. See, that's the naivete. That's how you're naive, right? And this is why people don't understand things at a higher level, because yeah, if you're a group, then you're going to be targeted, right? And I think that's what we're hearing from some of the people who have been in this game. And it's not even really a game, but in this fight, it's not a game, it's a fight. It's nothing funny about it. It's not a game, because I'm not playing games with no motherfucking body, right? But I understand exactly what's going on. So what has to be done is they've got to separate, and they've got to publicly, because there are some people who are innocent people who have come up with good faith and fight for the cause. Unintended, right? Unintended consequences. Maybe caught up in some power move, right? So it's like some sort of power move that nobody understands, but people are trying to understand that it's a personal and powerful thing now. But those people should not be thrown under the bus, right? I see straight through all of it. So there's a few power grabbers, and they just have to be done. But there's a lot of positive in that. And I'm not trying to say, I think somebody, we're not trying to say, oh, we're going to coddle, we're going to, what do you call it? A handhold, people. No. That's why I'll repeat what I said in the beginning. Nobody is exclusive to the heat, and everybody can get the smoke, including me. So anybody wants to smoke, come and ask the questions. Ask the questions and figure out what the answer is to the questions. But there's a lot of debauchery, a lot of stuff that's off code, anti-black code for black self-behavior. The code was already written. It's listed by Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. We are not doing anything new. That's another thing. Oh, I did this. No, you didn't. The stuff was laid out. The only thing that's different is that you didn't goddamn listen. And you're just now becoming aware of what was already done. So it's there. So nobody's gonna do anything in any angle with me, because the code is there. The code was violated. I'm gonna say that publicly. The code was violated, but you have to understand what the code is. And I think part of the dysfunction, let's add value to the conversation. Okay, what went wrong here? I think what went wrong is that they didn't really fundamentally understand the code. People are going off with extra hyper expectation. And this is just only one example. The example is
you're killing me with this, Sean. Media. You are killing me with this.
New black media.
They know what they are doing. There's a whole bunch of adults, and some of them people are absolute police. Stop it with this.
Okay, well, you can tell me to stop it, but let me tell you why. No, you got.
If you bring a snitch, you are a snitch. Period.
Oh, no, I ain't no motherfucking snitch. Who are you talking to me?
No, ma'am. What I'm telling you is you up here caping. Yeah, you up here caping. But anybody who's rocking in a group like that, who's doing what they're doing, you are as guilty because you're there.
No, I don't agree. And let me tell you why.
Sister Sean.
No, give me a chance.
No. We gave you chances. Wait, hold on. No, because you're gonna be here for 30 minutes.
No, I'm not. Come on.
Actually, hold on. Let me just set this up, because I know what you're about to ask, Rich, and that's actually irrelevant to this point. because the only point that stands right now is new black media ain't fucking with Secure the Tribe. That's me, Tariq Nasheed, the big three, period, because they were all backbiters. Everybody had months to get it straight. I'm not hearing this shit now. They set up there, Secure the Tribe is derived from me itself. So, I mean, they're plagiarists, they're thieves, they're backbiting moralist individuals who will make fun of children. Let's stop this. I'm sick of hearing all of this coddling shit. They are ops, and we ain't fucking with them. There is not no fixing it. There ain't no coming back. They've done what they've done. They're done here.
With that said, everybody,
Okay,
I appreciate Sister Sean.
Can I
Sister Sean, we got.
I never. He just
Sister Sean,
self-identified.
Sister Sean, we got to roll. Sister Sean, we got to roll. We got to roll, man. My man's got to set up for the night.
Yeah, but I didn't get a chance to respond.
But we understand your point. We already know where you're coming from.
No, because he was actually incorrect. B-Zilla, you're wrong.
Go to you if you love Secure the Tribe. Go over there.
I'm not even talking about the media.
There. Don't come.
I'm talking about the movement, not the media.
Don't come lecture us like you're a mommy. This is that mommy yaya energy.
No, I'm nobody's mama. Trust me.
That's how you act.
No, that's a sick ideology. I am nobody's mother. Trust me.
Thank you. Have a good night.
That's sick.
No.
No.
We appreciate you. Have a good night.
Nobody's.
Okay. All right, everybody. All right. Yes, indeed. All right. Listen, I appreciate everybody pulling up. And y'all know I got love for everybody. I got love for the whole team. And, we can't rock with the off codes, but if you're on code, if you're certified, if you appreciate the new black media, I'm rocking with you. I love you. I'm going to do it like I do on my Black Alpha Cast. I'm going to end it with, the final energy being upbeat and being real. And what it is that the new black media is here to stay. The new black media is certified. Shout out to all of my brothers and sisters, my kings and queens and goddess and gods. Much love to everybody. Make sure you follow Black Alpha Network, Afro Elite, Beatzilla, my man Kid Gravity, Torian Reigns, Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, Professor Black, all of them. If they, they try to stop your notifications, make sure you put your notifications on. If they try to unsubscribe you, subscribe again, and just let's keep on putting out that real FBA certified energy and make sure we all buy black, support black, live black, because we are black and excellent, and everybody knows that stuff. Y'all make sure you check out my brother Afro Elite. As soon as we done, y'all swing over to his channel. He's about to go live tonight, and I'm about to be there. I'm in the South, in the sky. When I started talking, the sky was like, getting a little dark now, and this little hurricane is like about to pull up on us, and the sky is yellow. So we're gonna sit here and I'm gonna handle that real quick and G back. But I appreciate everybody for pulling up. I'm gonna let my brothers in this, but I want to say to everybody, I appreciate the time, the energy, and the effort. Y'all know Black Alpha Network. I stay positive, I stay thorough, I stay real, and I love all of y'all with a passion. And I'm not afraid to be loved, because being hate is for a hater. Understand that. So salute to everybody. I let my brother Afro and Beatzilla bring it home. I'm out. Appreciate everybody. One love.
One love, brother. Thank you for the space. Thank you, Beatzilla, for the space. Thank you, everybody who's speaking in the space. Thank you, everybody who is listening in the space and who shared the space out. Thank you, everybody who's B1 and on code. I appreciate it. We're circling our wagons. Okay, that's what we've been trying to do all year. Some of us have gotten it. Some of us are still learning to get it. But don't worry, the people who are supposed to be there will eventually be there. So we're not really stressed about it. We're not really worried about it. The true certified B1 society, we're here to stay. We're not going anywhere. These people showed up this year and they're gone in the same year. We've been here and we're going to stay here. That's how you know who's a real one and who's not, because the real ones will always stand the test of time. These people felt like they were on top of the world 8 months ago, and now look at them. Now they've burned all their bridges. They can barely pull anybody in their space. They ain't got nothing no more. They had quote unquote pull-ups with a handful of people. These were not pull-ups. I dare near not even call these rallies. These were little meet and greets where they all got together and took selfies. Because that's most of what I saw. I just saw a bunch of selfies and pictures being taken. I didn't see them really march. They had like some children and flag. Now, I don't know who brings children to a pull-up. Is that a new part of the game? Do you bring children to pull-ups? If you trying to get some business straight, and you bring your little infant child to a pull-up? I don't know about that. So it looks to me like this was just a little meet and greet, and yet they all met at like Dunkin' Donuts because they couldn't afford Starbucks, and they took some pictures and stuff like that. And now they're hating because they're not real, and we are. And I land there.
Okay, I'm going to go in. I wanted to go and be Zilla.
Yeah, we're leaving out of here right now, but we could do this later, Sister Sean. But right now, we have to address what we already said, because I think this is the biggest issue that a lot of people are having, is firm codification. When we are saying what we are going to deal with going forward, and the reason why I say we as New Black Media is if you weren't informed, I am number 4. So yeah, I know a lot of people don't know that, but if you go back and check that appreciation month, that's where I sit. So I've been here for a minute. I'm just usually silent and in the background, but I have to be out in the front now. With that being said, the people who already know me in these back channels, who already have platforms, who you're already talking about, when I'm speaking what I'm saying, trust me, we're all in one line. There is so just because nobody knows who I am, the right folks do, and that's what's important. So this movement is the New Black Media. This is the B1 movement, Foundational Black American Excellence. And we shall keep it that way. And if we need to straighten out some folks, then we will straighten out some folks. With that being said, black first, black first, black first. Peace, y'all.